for the by far the most important and interesting session of the day, the one that we're doing. And it is kind of the center of everything because it's finance. And in every discussion we've had through the morning panels, through the side conversations, in some of the events we had yesterday, finance keeps coming up around energy efficiency in terms of just the need. You'll have seen in the analysis that we put out today that if we're to achieve our targets, if energy efficiency is to do what it's capable of in getting us towards net zero, as well as building greater resilience, reducing bills, and all the other benefits that we've been talking about, global investment in energy efficiency has to triple this decade. That's quite a bit of extra investment. On the other hand, energy efficiency, compared to some of the things on our menu for decarbonisation, tends to rely on relatively mature technologies, and also technologies and solutions that pay for themselves through energy savings, through carbon savings, through wider benefits such as health, reduced pollution, better lifestyles. And yet it is, as we all know, difficult to finance energy efficiency, in addition to unlock finance for energy efficiency. And we've all seen cases where, at a project level or a wider level, energy efficiency opportunities go untapped, even though the business case is extremely strong, because the upfront capital isn't available or the business model isn't in place to really deliver that. So we're here to discuss that, getting finance moving. And we have some excellent speakers who know how to do this, have done it themselves, and are going to share some experiences and lessons with us. And as I've said to the speakers here, our entire theme for this conference is action. Everybody leaves here tomorrow a little better fed, a little sunned up from the weather outside, but with concrete things they can do when they go back to their industries, their governments, their workplaces, concrete ideas that they've learned from each other and from other people in terms of what works, in this case, to get finance moving. So I'm going to introduce all of our illustrious speakers as we go through. Colleagues, we have a lot to talk about in a limited time, so as succinct as you can be, it means we can extend the conversation. But I do want to make sure everybody gets to share their wisdom, and we'll do it in turn. So I'm going to turn first to someone who really does know about this topic, and he knows about it in a key area, which is Africa. As you know, we will be in Africa this time next year. For the first time, we've held our global conference in Africa, in Nairobi, which we're delighted about. And so some of these issues, we're starting a discussion today that will continue for the next year and beyond. And Dr. Kevin Kariuki is the Vice President of the African Development Bank, a leading institution in this area, and Kevin is a leading individual, a leading actor in this area. So Kevin, thank you for joining us. And maybe I could just start by asking you to tell us a bit about what the African Development Bank does in energy efficiency and the kind of solutions it offers, please.
Thank you very much, Brian. I think, let me start by saying that the situation in Africa regarding energy efficiency, in the electricity sector in particular, is very somewhat different from other parts of the world. And I say this because you have about 600 million people without access to electricity. And this amounts to about 43% of the population in Africa. Additionally, the per capita energy usage on the sub-Saharan is about 500 kilowatt hours per year, which is broadly equivalent to about what a fridge would consume in the US. As most African countries have an electricity deficit, the factors that influence their energy efficiency considerations vary based on national and regional context. For instance, in countries such as Morocco and Tunisia, where there is universal access to electricity, the motivating factor may be the management of the summer peak. While in countries such as Kenya, Senegal, and Rwanda, where electricity connections have risen significantly in the recent past, load balancing and strengthening of the power systems would probably be the priority. But at the same time, African countries are increasingly referencing energy efficiency in their nationally determined contributions. And policy frameworks often emphasize clean cooking, which we spoke about at lunch, which is only right, because about 1 billion people in Africa do not have access to clean cooking. So that's on the one side. However, the readiness of African countries in establishing sustainable energy efficiency markets is low. And in my view, I'll say this is largely attributed to the lack of incentives on the part of utilities as well as unavailability of financing mechanisms. As I said, the energy base is quite low, so efficiency probably has not been a priority. However, there is need to address the barriers and gaps based on country and customer category in terms of residential, commercial, and industrial or public specificities. Furthermore, considering the relatively new energy efficiency market on the continent, African governments should facilitate the creation of sustainable energy efficiency markets by investing in energy efficiency retrofit programs in public facilities and creating enabling environment. This is very important for super energy service companies. This is because energy service companies have the potential to address the barriers to large-scale implementation of energy efficiency. And ESCO projects, for example, just like the large-scale renewable energy programs have done. So coming to financing, public financing remains important for the attainment of the SDG 7 targets across Africa. But it is the private sector that portends the most promise by its capacity to provide innovative, rapid, cost-effective, and scalable solutions for universal energy access and energy efficiency. With the foregoing in mind, I want to give you examples of what the African Development Bank is doing to spearhead several initiatives and blended finance approaches. I'm looking at somebody who was asking me about it, to scale up energy efficiency. And this includes, for example, in Morocco and Kenya, we have provided technical assistance to develop super ESCOs. In Morocco, this is a dedicated standalone entity, while in Kenya, it's a utility-based one, super ESCO. This is also critical. We have approved $5 million Africa Super ESCO Acceleration Program using resources from one of our bank funds called Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. And the first phase of the program will be to support up to 3 countries to develop super ESCOs on the continent. We also approved financing to the government of Egypt to support its electricity and green growth support program, which included energy efficiency related to policy measures leading to the approval of the second National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. We are also working with the government of Senegal on a project to replace about 5 million inefficient lights in households, shops, and public administrative settings. It is anticipated that this project will stimulate demand for efficient lighting. And we actually hope that a similar project should apply to air conditioning and refrigeration as well. And I'll explain maybe later if I get a chance. Moreover, in 2022, the bank approved equity investment in what we call the African Go Green Fund, which focuses on renewable energy and energy efficiency and covers green appliances, industrial efficiency, e-mobility, and green finance, green housing. Finally, the bank is currently exploring the provision of tailored financing to commercial banks and other financial intermediaries, complemented by technical assistance and institutional support to unlock increased local currency financing in the energy efficiency industry. For instance, we are in an advanced discussion with the National Development Bank in East Africa to consider how we could best support private sector efficiency, energy efficiency investments in agribusiness and in transport sector. Let me stop there, Brian.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and congratulations. It's an impressive range of activities. And I noticed you mentioned during your remarks, Kevin, about the roles of public versus private funding. And so from your perspective as an international financial institute, what's the respective role, do you think, about an IFI like yourselves versus the commercial banks?
I think the one thing, and let me talk for the African Development Bank in this particular case, we have very strong, we are owned by the African governments. So by virtue of the fact that we are owned by African governments, we are considered to be trusted partners. And we can use that positioning in a very strong way to inform and advocate for policy changes, in particular, that will enhance the creation of an enabling environment for private sector participation, in particular, to energy efficiency programs. That's number one. And number two, we can actually work with the governments to enable them to roll out large programs that, for example, the one I've mentioned in Senegal, in Egypt, even in Kenya, to try and provide a mechanism in which the governments crowd in the private sector. When it comes to commercial banks, like in a lot of cases, not everybody is aware of the potential for energy efficiency as a business. So for them to be able to finance these mechanisms, they need to be able to, we can provide financing through lines of credit to these banks so that they can be able to on-lend these facilities to commercial enterprises that are involved in this. But also, we can work with governments themselves to create large programs that actually evidence, in which case the government actually provides, or rather the governments lead by example as to the potential impact of energy efficiency.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you indeed. Let me turn now to Attila Steiner, who's the State Secretary for Energy and Climate in Hungary. Secretary Steiner, thank you for joining us, and I'm really keen to get your perspective, because I remember you were with us in Sonderburg last year at the last conference, and I was really impressed by the range of things that Hungary is doing. And in the context of the question about how to unlock more investment, as a policymaker, what are the key actions you're focused on to try to stimulate more investment in energy efficiency?
Thank you very much. And yes, Hungary is a landlocked country, and in Central Eastern Europe, usually we have very cold winters and very hot summers. So that means that in our countries, the heating has a significant share in energy usage. And actually, cooling is getting more and more important topic also in Hungary. What is quite special in Hungary and in neighboring countries that if we talk about heating sector, it's mostly based on natural gas. And actually, that means that if we talk about energy efficiency, that means also how we can reduce our dependency on fossils. So it's very much coupled, the two issues in Hungary. More than 80% of the households are connected to the natural gas system in Hungary, but we have also district heating systems, which is of course efficient, but here 70% is based on natural gas. So that means that we should reduce that share. And how we can reduce that? One obvious solution is of course to use more renewables, and actually with solar we are progressing very well. We increased by 300% the deployment of solar since 2020. So we have almost 5 gigawatts of solar already. And we will reach our 2030 target also already next year. So I think this is very impressive deployment. It's much quicker than we expected. But we have still some untapped potential. And what was not mentioned this day, I think, and still important, where it is available, is geothermal. We have huge geothermal potential, but it's mostly for the heating sector, and the government's aim is to reduce this 70% gas exposure in heating sector to 50%. And that's why we already introduced some significant changes in the regulation, and we made much easier the exploration and production part of geothermal. However, here financing plays also an important role because it's a very risky business. And we also established a special fund where basically you compensate the drillings which were not successful, and that encourages market operators to invest. So I think this is an important part. Secondly, of course, the consumption. Unfortunately, we have a historical heritage where the buildings are quite inefficient. In Hungary, majority of the buildings were built before 2000 without any energy efficiency schemes, and of course this is the big potential which we have to exploit. I think here of course governmental support schemes could help. We used to have a support scheme where more than 300,000 houses were renovated, so I think that was a good track. However, we want to also mobilize private funds, not only the governmental support, and that's why we also introduced a so-called energy efficiency obligation scheme, where the energy service providers are obliged to reach a consumption cut by their consumers. So I think this is a very good tool. We are quite at the start after 2 pilot years, and now we will increase the ambition, and we will have much more ambitious target. And a last point which I would like to highlight, I think, of course, governments and regulators can impact the market by standards and certificates. And we have just introduced some reforms in the performance certification. And actually, from this year, November on, we will have completely new certification system in Hungary. And there will be also proposals for normal citizens what to do. If you get a certificate, then you will get also proposals how you can improve the energy efficiency of your home or your building.
Thank you very much. And again, it's very impressive, the range of policies. And you mentioned different policies types there, incentives, market obligations, regulatory type measures. So when you're trying to unlock this private investment, how much do you see it as a question of spending a certain amount of state money that leverages more versus, let's say, non-spend instruments at your disposal that then just drive the market to invest?
I think if you would like to use more market forces and market private operators' potential, then you need to create transparency. And that's why it's also our plan that we will create a secondary market for those certificates for companies to be able to trade with that. And that will be like an exchange in very transparent circumstances. So I think transparency is very important. And also the trajectory that they have to do that. And actually, what I realize now, if I talk to companies, that firstly they acknowledged this system as a burden, but now they see it as more as a market potential and market business case. And I think this is the right approach. And I think in our region what is crucial that, of course, the individual houses, there is a big potential. And however, the families are quite poor. And for them to conclude a deep renovation, it's not feasible alone. And even if we provide support, like 50%, 60%, they still have to pay the remaining investment. And this is too much. So I think the key question, how we can use innovative financial tools to bridge this funding gap, but also from a citizen's point of view. And here, I think energy service operators could provide very good offers to citizens because they have the portfolio effect, and that shall be somehow unlocked.
Thank you very much, Secretary Steiner. Very interesting. So we spoke a little bit about different types of finance a minute ago, and let's talk about another type of finance, which is philanthropy finance, which is becoming much more important, I think, in the climate and energy space, and maturing, I think, to a certain degree in the energy efficiency space, which maybe wasn't the case even just a couple of years ago. And one actor driving that trend very much is Sequoia Climate Foundation, and so we're very fortunate to have Yasmin Morzinia with us, who's a program director in Sequoia. Did I get close to your name?
That was good.
Oh, good, thank you. So thank you for joining us. And yeah, let me just start there. How do you see, what's the particular role, do you think, of philanthropic foundation funding in this phase, please, Yasmin?
Thanks, Brian, and so nice to be here. Let me just make one word of clarification before I go into my remarks, because the front page of the FT today had Sequoia Capital all over it, and I just want to be very clear for the audience, as well as my panel co-members, that Sequoia Climate Foundation is not related to Sequoia Capital in any way, shape, or form, apart from sharing clearly a love for the tree that is in California. So that might help clarify and be helpful context for the remarks I'm going to give. First of all, and before I get into that, I just want to thank IEA for your leadership, not just in carving out the space to have the discussion about energy efficiency and the importance of it, but also carving out the pathway forward with the 1.5 degree scenario. Putting this front and center of your work has set a new baseline of ambition for the planet, and the implication of no new money for new fossil fuel expansion. It's bold, it's brave, and it speaks to truth. I hope you expected that I'd be shaking some things up on this panel, Brian. So sitting here with many of the distinguished colleagues of mine on this panel who are representatives of their government and have direct levers of state to implement change, I think it's important to distinguish what the role of philanthropy is. It is to fill in the gaps. It's to serve the public good. It's to use our capital to make catalytic interventions with the aim of accelerating actions and change that people who sit in positions of power need to take. And so with the small amount of money that we have collectively in the scheme of the numbers that we're talking about, which I'll get into in a minute, impact is incredibly important. At Sequoia Climate Foundation, our philosophy is about speed, scale, leverage, and probability of success, and we are entirely focused on action and outcomes this decade. So for us, energy efficiency as a way to accelerate real-world change is just so incredibly central. I said I'd come back to talk about numbers. So when we're thinking about the overall investment needs to meet the 1.5 degree scenario by the end of this decade, we know we're looking at an investment gap just for the energy sector of $4.2 trillion a year. We know that for energy efficiency, thanks in part to the IEA's analysis of that, we're looking at about $1.8 trillion of investment a year. That's nearly half, which I assume is why we're focusing on this topic at this conference. And just to remind you of that collective philanthropic dollar number of $2 billion, you'll understand why my friend Kevin and I are going to have a conversation about blended finance and the different pools of capital that can feed into what those sorts of capital structure looks like. So we at Sequoia look at two different intervention points. One is at the country level, and the other is at the financial system level, which is what my focus is. We are at the country level focused on a whole range of intervention types. We can think about supporting the analysis that identifies the opportunities in transition, so looking at investment, looking at scaling up clean. We can support national energy efficiency visions and targets, and really support early, clear, smart policymaking, which I'm excited to hear about from the rest of our colleagues in government, and thank you for sharing what Hungary is doing on this. In emerging and developing markets, this sort of action and policy has a co-benefit of acting as a trigger to accelerate inclusive growth as well, and development finance, which is a whole nother area of finance and investment where energy efficiency can bring massive benefits and contribute to SDG 7 goals. The other thing that we think about is capacity building. So making sure that countries, whether it's at the federal level or regional, state level, have the people who have the climate expertise, who understand what it is, who care about it and who know what to do about it, are there in the right positions to be able to then sort of take on localized aligned targets and deliver on them. That's probably one of the biggest areas of philanthropic sort of activity and work at the moment. I hope we'll hear from some of our colleagues in discussion that this is something that at the country level actually is, and even at the IFI or MDB level, is incredibly empowering and enabling. At the financial system level, we are thinking about things like what Secretary Steiner just talked about, so standard setting. How do you look at systemic changes that really create new boundaries for how to embed and mainstream climate action in the way that everything across the economy runs already? And some of those are voluntary initiatives that look for philanthropic funding to sort of to seed them, to grow them, to incubate them. Eventually, the idea is these things become embedded in the toolkit of governments, who are the right national authorities to be owning such initiatives. But really, the role of government in catalyzing wider finance is so important. I was really struck in your report, Brian, about the sort of for every dollar that comes from public finance into energy efficiency, 3 is mobilized from private and other public finance sources. That's good. It shows that most of the money is not coming from fiscal pools of capital. I think it could be better, and one of the things that philanthropy is focused on is how to increase that ratio and really find what the other barriers are to unlock a much bigger leverage. But clearly, fiscal capital is a big point of leverage. I can go on. I can go on and on, but I think I will pause there.
That's very interesting, and thank you, Yasmin. So, when you have a menu of options in front of you to fund in the energy efficiency space, what are you looking for? This isn't a personal plea from me.
Well, so look, we look at things at a case-by-case basis. I set out what Sequoia's mission and sort of guiding philosophy is, and each philanthropy will have its own version of that. For us, it's about impact this decade, and it's about having such a high degree of leverage that we really play in the systems place, so the systems change space. So working with partners who can work with governments and influence, help, support, influence, train up, build capacity, empower, enable. That's a very interesting type of an intervention. Looking at the international standard setters who are really who really are the pioneers and are going to be the holders of what a transition plan looks like, and how, what data you need to disclose against that, and how you need to disclose, and help investors actually allocate capital towards climate positive economic activity. These are the kind of systems interventions that we are interested in. I like to say we're trying to fish with a net, not with poles.
And Sequoia is impressively active in energy efficiency, but not all philanthropy foundations are by any means. So without asking you to speak for others, do you think that it's kind of a harder sell among philanthropy funders, that efficiency feels more complex or less exciting or something?
I don't want to speak for others, like you said, and I should disclose that I am a recently converted, long-time finance ministry official from the UK who's just recently joined philanthropy. But what I think that shows is that the field of philanthropy is actually changing, and philanthropic strategies, the level of expertise and technical knowledge in new areas is growing. What I've found is that there have been a lot of successes in, and therefore a lot of resource has been put into campaign and advocacy activities, mobilizing sort of from a grassroots level, and very focused on the fossil fuel sector. You know, my perspective is that that is, of course, entirely critical, and you know, according to the numbers with your 1.5 degree scenario, I mentioned the $4.2 trillion per annum by 2030 we need going into clean. On the fossil fuel side, we're trying to half the 800 billion to around 400 or 450. So when you're even looking at the scale of number, the importance of interventions to unlock and redirect investment to clean, efficiency savings, these are all part of the same thing, is just so, it's 3 times more important. And sorry, just to kind of, the last number is to close the gap on the 4.2, we're looking still at about 3 trillion. So it's even more important for us to focus on that side than the anti, and you know, hopefully we'll see those priorities, or the reality shifting the priorities of how philanthropy thinks about intervention.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jasmine. Our next speaker is known to many people here, of course. Minister Claude Termes, Minister of Energy and Spatial Planning in Luxembourg, has been a champion, I could even say doyen, of energy efficiency over many years. So, Minister, thank you for joining us. And maybe just ask you to reflect a bit on this question, because both at a European level and a national level, you spent many years thinking about what are the key policy actions to unlock energy efficiency investment. What are the key learnings you could share with us, please?
Thank you for the flowers. I think, to be clear, the most important is standard setting. In Europe, 50% of all efficiency is triggered by eco-design legislation. If you cannot sell any fridge, any deep freezer, any TV, any other, or a lot of the energy-intensive consumer goods, if you can only sell efficient, the money will go there. So that is the most important. And because that is the most important, Luxembourg has, from 1st of January on, only fossil-free new buildings. The reference technology is a heat pump. It is impossible to build a fossil heating system in Luxembourg. So all the finance for new buildings goes where it should go. So standard setting is the most important. Then the other instrument which we are using is an instrument which we have discussed very long at the EU level, which is the energy efficiency obligation, and which I'm pleased to see that Hungary is also taking this up. What is an energy efficiency obligation? You have gas and electricity retailers. This is not poor companies. This is people sitting on millions, and in bigger countries on billions. So in Luxembourg, you get only a license to be an electricity or gas retailer if you save away every year 1.5% of your overall sales. You have to save them away by doing joint investments with industry, joint investments with office buildings, joint investments with citizens. And this is a huge part of our energy efficiency, especially in the industrial, improving the industrial operators. We are on the way to add to this a de-risking instrument, because sometimes when you have a third party coming into the game, you can insure everything in a contract, but not the default of the one or of the other. And for that, we are now taking some government money to organize the de-risking. But it's this energy efficiency obligation, that's one law you pass, and then you have a huge machine which is triggering energy efficiency. And Luxembourg is a small country. It takes me one civil servant to manage this. It triggers millions of investments, and it triggers 50, 70, 80, 90 energy experts on the ground in the gas and electricity companies. So one law, one civil servant, a fantastic leverage. So energy efficiency obligation is, I would say, the second most important instrument at least in our national energy efficiency policy in Luxembourg. And then the third issue is, of course, we are quite a wealthy country, so we throw a lot of grants, especially at individuals. This year, we even go to very exceptional because of the energy crisis. If you invest into a solar, into a heat pump, into a renovation in Luxembourg this year, if you contract this year, you get a 62.5% grant. That we will not be able to sustain very long, but it has triggered a fantastic tsunami of solar, of heat pumps, and we are also getting higher in renovation. But when I come to renovation, we have, because of the interest rates went up, we have now a gigantic problem in Europe. Banks are no more lending money. And the combination of high interest rates and the taxonomy, where taxonomy is a fantastic tool because it forces also on the financing sector that they have to integrate into their general risk strategies the carbon risk. So what does that mean? I have a bad insulated building. I come to the bank. The bank is today refusing to give me a credit because they don't want to have another bad asset in their reporting to the central bank. And this is a complete drama in Europe, and we have to change this, and we have a concrete idea how we can change this. We have to introduce two instruments at EU level. The first instrument is what we technically call a mortgage portfolio standard. In Europe, the car manufacturers have, over their fleet, they have to improve their performance. That is the so-called CO2 and cars legislation. So what we need is the banks, the portfolio of existing buildings of the banks has to be graded, let's say, in 24, and from there on, the banks will have to improve their rating. This is one law, one institution, it's the European Central Bank which can take care of that. And with this one law, with this one institution, all banks, and this I speak here about 7 trillion. 7 trillion is the amount of money which of credits European banks have handed out or on housing. 7 trillion. And with one legislation, I can regulate 7 trillion and I can flex the money so that the banks have an interest to start to upgrade their building stock. And then there is a second instrument which should be combined with it, which is what we technically call a European renovation loan. What is that? It is an instrument which will basically help also the EU countries which have a least good credit rating to be part of a European pool, take profit of the AAA countries. It is a loan which will be attached not to the owner of a building, but to the building itself. And that is very, very important also to prevent speculation. So the loan is attached to the building itself, and it will remain with the building. It will be a 30-year at least loan, so which means if you sell the building after 15 years, the loan will still continue another 15 years. So instrument one, giving a standard, a performance standard to the financial industry in Europe when it comes to housing. And then second, helping with a low interest rate, 30 years and maybe plus loan to basically get cheap money to the houses which are not well insulated. Buying a new house is not a performance. It's easy. And in Luxembourg, you buy a new house, so you have a good house. Renovating a house is a real challenge. And I think we can only win the run against climate change if somebody who buys an existing house and takes the time, the energy to upgrade this house, that he or she should be financially rewarded. And that's exactly why we need this, also beneath grants, we need this European loan. And then at the end, I give you one example on where the money goes completely into the wrong today. And that is data centers. Do you know what a data center is today? So I want this bottle to be cold at 5 degrees or 6. In order to putting it in a little fridge, what is a data center today? We will cool the whole building, the whole room where we are sitting in. That is data centers today. It is such a nonsense, an efficiency nonsense. We have technology which is called immersion cooling, which would basically be, I put my server, my rack, into a liquid, and that liquid will cool the data center, the rig. That technology is existing. Nobody is investing into it because of one single thing. The guarantee that the server will function when I have it immersed. And why? Because all servers are sold with a little fan in order to allow the air condition, the air cooling, which is very inefficient. And nobody is insuring a server without a ventilator. So one decision in Europe, or better, one decision, I would say, EU, US, Japan, South Korea, probably that is the critical mass, that servers will be now labeled to function in a liquid that will diminish the energy efficiency, or that not diminish, that will raise the energy efficiency by a factor 8 or 10. A factor 8 or 10. And, very important to understand, all existing data centers can put 5 to 8 times more IT into their bunker. Because when you cool it liquid, you need less space, because today in these nonsense bunkers, you have to get a lot of space between the servers, because otherwise the air is not flowing. So it is a perfect business opportunity, but nobody is doing it because there is no standard for servers without ventilators. And we can talk for hours here. If we don't get data centers more efficient, and I say this to the Googles and others of this world, it's not about having a long-term renewable power purchase agreement for inefficient data centers. Data centers will eat up amounts of green electricity, which is completely unsustainable. So we need a standard now for liquid immersion cooling data centers. Europe has a door opener since 1.5 years in its legislation. I hope that EU Commission is now working on the regulation which is behind, but this is a worldwide problem. Have you understood that Netflix plus gaming is exploding the IT need in a way which nothing else, I think even aviation is not as bad in climate basically negative than Netflix plus all the gaming which goes now from a console which I had myself to get to the internet. So I think it's important to understand the dimension of this. And I don't know how I can regulate Netflix or gaming, but I know how we can at least make data centers more efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claude. And several interesting points there. And in fact, that last point I think will come up in the next session, so we'll hear from that. But I better keep moving if we're to let the next session on. So let me turn a little east now to Moldova, where we're joined by Viktor Parlikov, the Minister for Energy. Minister, we're delighted you're here with us. So please do tell us a bit about your perspective on how to drive energy efficiency investment in Moldova. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm actually glad and honored to be speaking immediately after Luxembourg, because we have in many ways similar approaches and solutions in a totally different context. In a country which is much more, let's say, vulnerable to in terms of climate change, in an area which is much more temperature differences are much higher. In a country where we don't have a financial market at all, we're fully relying on banks. The country is not even listed, is not even ranked as a country, sovereign. In the same time, and I'm also going to focus, and that's why I liked speaking after Luxembourg, because basically what you mentioned is the role of the government. Okay, let's not talk about the other stuff, but let's focus on what we can do as governments in that respect. And definitely the role of government is key, is critical in all this respect, and for many reasons. I would like to touch on several, and I'll try to go just bullet points. First, why did the statistics show in the last period that investments in energy efficiency are booming? What happened? Did the technologies change? Not really. It's actually the prices. It's actually the prices, which are one of the key drivers. And here the governments actually have a big role, particularly in terms of taxation. And here I'm coming from a country which is a relatively poor country, and that's why we were trapped for a long period of time, and we still are, let's say, collecting the negative consequences of the populist decisions related to, okay, let's keep prices for energy low. Let's do no taxation for household electricity consumption. Let's cancel the VAT on, or subsidize the VAT for gas because people are using it for heating. As a result, most of your energy efficiency investments lose in their attractiveness. Secondly, your budgetary envelope is actually reducing a lot. And third and foremost, it's simply not fair, because the biggest beneficiaries of this fiscal subsidies are actually the rich ones who consume a lot. It's not the poor ones. In our case, on the other side, it's extremely unpopular when you're in a governance. And as an expert, it's easy to speak, we should do that. When you're in governance and you have to assume a political decision to raise the taxes and therefore the end user prices, it's difficult to find a good moment. And I personally think that now is about the good moment, probably one about the best moments, after, particularly in Europe, after the drop of the prices for gas, to start to reshuffle and start to rebalance and eliminate the fiscal subsidies that are still there. So one thing I would like to mention is particularly this. End user prices for energy affect a lot the feasibility of your investment, and also the ability of the government both to support the vulnerable and to incentivize and compensate and subsidize investment in energy efficiency. That's point one. Point two, by the way, in this respect, in Moldova, we introduced, similarly to Luxembourg, we call it a fiscal obligation, financial obligation on all companies that are, distributing energy, distributing gas, petroleum products. It's basically meant to be a per kilowatt hour consumption payment that is not directly fiscal, that is going to energy efficiency agency, so that to enable them to actually act on the subsidizing and implementing energy efficiency projects. Second, we have such things in the post-Soviet area. We have such things as post-Soviet multi-level residential blocks, which were built during Soviet times, when it was important to have them cheap, fast. Energy efficiency was definitely not their strong point. They're basically radiators. And the energy efficiency potential in these buildings is enormous. That's why it's not by surprise that in Moldova, priority number one in terms of decarbonization, and our agenda is decarbonization, is, let's say, we're trying to be more ambitious and achieve decarbonization ahead of 2050 timeline proposed by EU. And energy efficiency is number one priority, because when you have 50% of your energy consumed in your buildings and about 50+% reserve in terms of reduction of your energy consumption in these buildings, it's not surprise that this becomes your priority number one. And here we have let's say, the difficulties with condominiums, because in a condominium, you always have different types of people. You have people who have the money and can make their contribution. You have people who don't have the money up front, but if there is a financial instrument, they can get it and participate. And there's always people who don't have money and won't have it, who can simply not do it. That's why in our country, it's so far, let's say, a piloting, a testing period, but we're trying to create this cooperation between the Energy Vulnerability Fund, where vulnerable consumers are subsidized, with energy efficiency investments, and create products that, rather than the government spending money to vulnerable households by basically compensating their losses, to make that, to contribute it to something that over a longer period of time will reduce their exposure and improve their energy efficiency. Again, these are so far at pilot stages. It's early to kind of boast about the results, but the logic of it is in this direction, because energy poverty is different to general poverty by the fact that a lot is depending on their energy efficiency. And sometimes their energy efficiency is actually, energy inefficiency is actually due to the poverty, because they cannot afford a better type of equipment or an investment that would actually reduce their consumption. And on the we actually think that the liberalization of energy markets and penetration of new suppliers of energy would actually facilitate also investment in energy efficiency, because they will be, in order to keep and retain clients, they would actually be interested to come up with proposals also on the energy efficiency dimension, not only, okay, we'll supply to you electricity or gas and that's it. Then when it comes to financial markets, there's two things I would like to mention. First, definitely banks are not the most innovative institutions on the world. And when your financing for energy efficiency is relying on banks, there's no way you can actually, how do you call it, get the finance moving without the state. and that's why I fully agree that de-risking the investment. I mean, like in Moldova, and Moldova is not the first country in the world where we installed solar panels, as you probably know. But still, it took about 3 to 4 years to the banks to learn how to work with solar panels, which are basically a standardized commodity now. It took several years for the banks to learn how to work and how to lend against these products. Of course, anything more sophisticated than that, heat pumps, or something of, I don't know, it's even more difficult. That's why what we are envisaging, again, we're doing 2 things. First, we're willing to use the Energy Efficiency Agency basically as a super ESCO for public buildings, so that they actually can invest money in public buildings and pay them back with the savings that they're getting from, that the beneficiary is getting from it. And second, launch a subsidy program that would facilitate and leverage private financing for investment in energy efficiency in the residential sector. At first, we will start with just a general grant component, matching grant component, but eventually we hope to grow, to develop to the level of a financial, more financial maturity to do more sophisticated products like interest rate subsidies, like loan guarantees and other forms of de-risking, so that we actually can put higher ratio to $1 of government funds to mobilization of private funds. So yeah, so far there's a lot, as we call it, news from the future, but this is where we're heading, and some of the things we've already started. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It really is impressive, and I agree with you that the importance of this moment. So thank you, Minister, for sharing that. And I do apologise, colleagues, I'm running a bit over time, which is entirely my fault. But we've 2 interesting panelists to turn to before we close. And Rosanna, sorry if I could ask you to be a little brief, but I do definitely want to hear your perspective, because you bring a very interesting perspective. Our next panelist is Rosanna Santos, who's Executive Director of the E+ Energy Transition Institute. So you come from a different part of the world, a different sector, if you like, but do please tell us from the Brazilian or the regional perspective and from the think tank perspective, how are you focusing on mobilizing finance in energy efficiency, please?
I'll try to be as brief as possible. So yeah, actually I come from another part of the world. So in a panel called Getting Finance Moving, I would say that it's not only about finance, but it's what are you financing? Do you understand what you want to push? Because just one example, when I was doing my PhD thesis back in the beginning of the 2000s, we had a little money from the World Bank to finance a rural electrification program with solar panels. So we went to the field and asked the people, what do you want? How much do you want to pay for that? And he said, I don't want this, I want the grid. And actually, they weren't wrong, because the grid was like 10 kilometers from them. Why on earth they would have to pay for something that they don't want? So this taught me a lesson, and this turned to be, when I got to the government, turned to be the biggest rural electrification program in Brazil. Like 16 million people was attended. So we tried to solve financing for the right problem, not for the wrong one, or for the one that we, sitting in our chairs, thought was the right one. So this said, Brazil has been involved in energy efficiency programs since 1985. There was the first one, which was more or less labeling and certificate of appliances. Then in 2001, there is a national conservation plan, energy conservation plan, which is basically about buildings. And in 2008, with the regulator, we do pay a part of our tariff to foster energy efficiency program in Brazil. All those programs were okay, but they tackled only more the electricity part of it. When you have to go to the thermal part of it, which is now the way to go, air conditioning or even thermal processes doing industrial processes, you have to have another way of financing or pushing the society to go that direction. So what I see, and to be really brief here, is that it's a mix of capacity building and capacity building of all the stakeholders on the energy efficiency supply chain, including banks, because many times when they want to finance something, they don't really understand, so the spread of this financing is really high. And so capacity building all over the supply chain, including the energy services companies, that they are much used to deal with electricity, and when they have to deal with something different, they say, no, this is not my business, I'm not going there. So it's also a matter of capacity building there. And we recently put together with some philanthropy money and some money from the government with the Brazilian Development Bank, which is the equivalent of the African Development Bank there, a fund, like a guarantee fund, meaning the industries can take the financing off balance and use this fund as a guarantee. So this is something that we are testing just to see if we can go towards energy efficiency in the industrial sector. And I want to be brief. I said I was brief. So.
I appreciate it, Rosanna. Thank you. That was really interesting, and I do hope we can discuss it further later. But let me move now to Singapore. We're delighted that we're joined by Tan See Leng, who's the Minister for Manpower and Second Minister for Trade and Industry in Singapore. Minister, we're delighted you're here with us. And I wanted to focus on a specific scheme that caught my eye in Singapore, which is the grants you have to support energy efficiency investments in SMEs and in business. So as a particular instrument, could you tell us a bit about how you're supporting businesses invest in energy efficiency in Singapore, please?
Thank you, Brian. There's a commonality, if this is the end summary of the dialogue that we have today, and that is that the same amount of limitation in terms of time for me to deliver this address is exactly the same constraint that we face as a country in Singapore. So we have just the same amount of limited resources as I have in terms of the limited amount of time. Very quickly, broadly, given the fact that we are devoid of natural resources, we import all of our needs universally from all over the world. And we rely on about 95% for the generation of our energy needs through the use of natural gas. And you can imagine that we are now rapidly transforming and pivoting towards renewables. So to that end, because energy is a very precious resource, as of the outset, when we became independent 5.5, 6 decades ago, we made the conscious decision as a government, as a people, to move towards the most efficient way of conserving energy. So the first thing, ostensibly, was in terms of how do you right price the energy. So we don't subsidize energy, because we import the energy from all over the world, I mean the natural gas from all over the world. And what we do to help the lower income group, 80% of Singaporeans live in public housing. So we use the public housing as a proxy. So for about a vast number of people who live in certain housing room types, we actually offer them rebates. So a huge segment, or 80% of the population that live in these public housing, only pay between 4 months to 6 months of electricity and tariffs a year. So the other amount, we give it in the form of rebate. So we right price the energy. The second thing, obviously, was to offer financial incentives. So for the big enterprises, the industries and so on, we use the energy efficient fund. And for the smaller enterprises, we use the energy efficiency grant. So one's a fund, one's a grant. And obviously, to sum it up, to incentivize them, not only do we use financial incentives, we also then enact regulations to nudge them. First, we start with moral suasion, and then eventually we nudge them to adopting these financial incentives to go green and to become more efficient. So that sort of summarizes our broad overall strategy. Thank you very much.
There's something about your skill to summarize is obviously built on this resource-constrained mentality, because you captured so much so briefly, and I do apologize to our later speakers that we were constrained for time. And I have more questions for all of you, so I'm just going to have to buy you a drink later and probe it, because we are out of time. We're going straight into our next session, which is on modernizing energy efficiency, a really interesting set of panelists, so do please stay here for the next session, which will replace us straight away. But before we leave, I think we've heard really, really fascinating perspectives from everybody here, a great range of perspectives as well. So ladies and gentlemen, do please help me thank our excellent panelists in this session. Thank you very much.
Yes. So welcome everybody, and it is such a pleasure to be here today. My name is Laura Sands, and there are two things maybe, I should record with you all, and that is, number one, I am a great admirer and a huge friend of the IEA. And the second is, I'm a recovering politician. So it is fantastic to have this panel full of these active, wonderful ministers who are doing things that I sort of was rather amused just to sit back and enjoy all that politics from afar rather than right in the middle of it. But with great admiration to you all for taking this energy agenda forward in your countries. This particular agenda is about consumers and smart systems. And one of the things that obviously all politicians care about are their voters. So there is nothing more central to the debate and the structuring of energy policy than customers. But we've got a great alignment in many ways. More than in the old system, the new renewable system places demand equal to supply. And that is absolutely crucial. So in many ways, consumers have moved from being the victim of energy systems to being at the heart of them. And as policymakers, ministers will have to create the smart systems that are going to serve them and are going to ensure that we unlock their value. So consider that, for example, in the UK, the number of EVs by 2050 will be the equivalent of 3 nuclear power stations. That is the level of opportunity that customers offer. And for those who weren't here yesterday, we had the most fantastic conference, which was looking at the digitally driven demand-side energy system. And the IEA have published an excellent report. So really, I would urge you to have a look at that as soon as possible. But we're here to listen to this amazing array of ministers who are taking forward their country's agendas and driving forward change. So I'm really going to open this up and ask each of them an opening question, but like with all people and with all people with strong views, I'm sure we will all end up going a little bit off-piste to sort of really dig into what each other are saying and learning from each other. So if I can start off with Inga, the Vice Minister of Energy from Lithuania, with a very exciting role that you have. But I just wanted to understand a little more about where you felt the role of policy and regulation is to drive a sort of digitally enabled energy efficiency system.
Thank you, Chair. It's a great pleasure to attend this very important meeting because energy efficiency is the first. The greenest energy is the energy which we don't use. So, talking about the digitalization, we do understand that transition towards zero carbon economy, it's not possible without digitalization, without smart systems. And when we are talking about energy efficiency measures, I would like just to divide them into 3 parts. One of those parts is behavioral change. About that layer we have been talking yesterday and today. The second one is short-term measures, and the third one is long-term measures. It means huge investments into infrastructure, insulation of buildings, renovation of buildings. But today I would like to concentrate more on behavioral changes. In order to empower people to save energy, to deal with energy efficiency, it's very important to have smart solutions. So when we are talking about reducing of electricity consumption, that is very important to have a smart metering system. Smart metering system of electricity, smart metering system of drinking water supply, smart metering systems for heating as well. But in order to have such a system and to have the best results, we should empower people just to choose dynamic pricing and wholesale market. So then we need a liberal energy supply market. We should have a competition in this market. So therefore politicians should have right decisions in right time in order to incentivize people to adapt to energy consumption. So then talking about the other part of incentives or incentivizing end users to consume less during peak hours and to adapt to dynamic pricing is adapt appliances at home and to have a smart system which are incorporated into heating boilers and into as well heating pump system in electrical vehicles charging system as well, in order to shave the peak demand. So that's very important as well. But when it comes to regulation and when it comes to policymakers, it's very important as well to make a right decision. If governments give subsidies to people and give subsidies to boilers, give subsidies to electrical vehicle charges, it's the smart element should be must. But every digitalization have a price as well. It's some kind of paradigm. When we are moving to digitalization, to smart solutions, it requires a lot of energy as well, because data centers, they consume a lot of energy. So here as well, it's a question, how do we regulate data centers? So nowadays, European Commission about to finalize the new directive or a recast energy efficiency directive, which put requirements for data centers to report every year about energy consumption, as well to put some requirements concerning energy efficiency. So therefore government should as well to solve that problem, how to reach energy efficiency in data centers and how to consume less energy in that case. So therefore, it's a very huge question for the governments how to solve that paradigm, digitalization versus energy consumption.
Thank you very much indeed. And I mean, in many ways, the Baltics has also got as very, very digitally minded policies that have been in place much, much longer than many other countries. And so it's a very, very exciting road that you're going on, but definitely pushing the agenda forward in Europe. Ronnie Rodriguez, Vice Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica. When you look at how you design energy policy, it's interesting because citizens do have a veto on net zero. They do have a veto on our journey. And you have very successfully looked at the collaboration between different stakeholders, customers, how industry, academia come together to actually sort of almost co-create the systems and the design of the policy, which really embeds it. Please do tell us more and let us learn from you.
Thank you, Mr. Nitli-Sandi. It's an honor to be here, part of this panel, and the most important are you, the audience. In Costa Rica, we have many experience about this situation. The first one is mandatory, the long-term planning. The most important are institutions, not exactly the government, because the institution can keep the rules in order to apply the public policies. But the public policies must involve all the sectors. Private sector, government, academia, but the most important are the consumers, because inefficiency in the previous stage is a path-through to the cost of the consumer. The energy efficiency is part of the ecosystem. For Costa Rica, is an error to analyze separately the energy efficiency. It's mandatory to apply all the concepts like the environment aspect, economical growth, social aspect, because it's necessary to use the electricity and the fuels in order to create economical growth. It is important because in some cases we focus only on appliance In other case, only on electricity. But we need to involve all kinds of energy. In this case, it's mandatory in order to phase out the fuels, oils, because decarbonization is our plans, and it must be part of the all public energy solution in many countries.
Thank you very much. And that whole issue about placing consumers, voters, customers absolutely at the heart is really, really important. And I think sometimes the energy sector has sort of rather ignored the customer. So it's very interesting, your approach to co-creation. Thank you. William, who Deputy Minister of Energy and Member of Parliament in Ghana. Globally, there is a great diversity in terms of innovation of smart energy efficiency initiatives. Yesterday, one of our conference meetings, there was a conversation around how certain countries can actually leapfrog what, let's say, older incumbent system design is. And I'm just wondering whether you can tell us what's happening in Ghana and how you're looking at smart energy initiatives and the innovation required.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. He doesn't like me. What is this?
You're okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We're very pleased to be here, and good afternoon to everybody here. Ghana, we've had some challenges. Somewhere in 2000, we embarked on massive access to electricity projects around the country, and that resulted in our having a little bit of deficiency in the generation. We learned some lessons, and one of the key lessons we learned was that as we were trying to increase generation, the energy was being sucked away by inefficient appliances in the system. So that was identified, and we embarked on the road to energy efficiency. So we started very early on that road, albeit we've been moving a little bit slowly. So what we identified was mainly refrigerators. So we identified refrigerators, lamps, and air conditioners, and then we brought out regulations to control the efficiency, the influx and standards and labeling. So that's what we did. Along the way, efficient air conditioners and refrigerators appeared on the market, which should have necessitated us amending our laws, but we kept at it because we had started this study, and we wanted the study to be completed before we could see our way clear. So somewhere around 2005, we had completed the study and realized that alone, the refrigeration and lamps alone were taking something around 1,000 megawatts of power that was being wasted within the system. So we added, in addition to the 19 additional appliances in 2020 to try and bring that. If only one appliance is losing us so much power, you can imagine what the 19 is going to do. So we have now in the regime, in the Ghanaian space, a very tough regime on the standards and labeling for appliances. But unfortunately, hard as we work, we do get influx of inefficient and dumping from our brothers in Europe and America. We still find appearing in the system inefficient, old, discarded appliances still finding their way into the Ghana space. So we're working very, very hard at it, and some of the things that we have done to try and be efficient or have an efficient system is at the time when we realized that incandescent lamps were not the best way to go. The country actually brought in 11 million pieces of CFL for people to exchange for free. And subsequent to that, in the advent of LEDs, we've brought in an additional 12 million to change CFL bulbs to LED bulbs to reduce the amount of waste in the system. So these are some of the measures that we're doing. And as a result of some of these measures, we have calculated that we saved something like 6.3 billion tons of CO2, Ghana alone. And we also embarked on this exchange rebate program, where old, inefficient refrigerators, government gave people who brought theirs in some vouchers to be topped up a little amount for free, for new, smart, efficient refrigerators. That too, we believe, has saved us over 200 megawatts, the system. So it's a lot is being done in our country. If you look at the distribution, for example, Ghana, I think apart from Egypt in Africa, is the only country that is using distribution, how would you call it, transmission distribution, to yet again reduce transmission transformers, distribution transformers, to reduce the losses in the system. We have upgraded our low voltage transmission lines to high voltage transmission, or the 161 kV to 330 kVs, all through the countries. And we quite, like I said, we're plodding along, but we're very hopeful that some of these measures that we are taking, smart metering and all that, will lead to us eventually catching up, leapfrogging, like you said, to be where our brothers are. So that's what we're doing in Ghana.
Can I say, I think that's exceptionally impressive and really, really exciting to be absolutely bearing down on the waste. In some ways, you don't need any behavior change. You don't need to change your lifestyle. You don't need to sort of, contort yourself to have a different thing. These are pieces of equipment, and I wonder whether those standards are now being adopted internationally.
The West Africa, in the West Coast and most of Ghana is, most of Africa, Ghana is now the lead, actually. And then we have a lot of our brothers from the ECOWAS region and other parts of Africa coming to Ghana to learn from us, which we are very, very proud about.
I think it's fantastic, and I think this issue of standards has been running through this, this whole conference, so congratulations. Maha, very lovely to have you here, Undersecretary for Electricity, Water and Renewable Energy from Kuwait. I always think it's really important that one ends up with water and electricity being in one department so that you're actually maximizing and optimizing these systems. We've had a few conversations today around cooling, and with long hot summers in Kuwait, the need for cooling is the greatest source of electricity demand, along with the necessity to preserve water. So in some ways it's a conflation of two key drivers of survival. The challenges experienced in Kuwait are replicated in many other parts of the world and will obviously increase. What can we learn from what you're doing, and where do you see the role of digitalization actually unlocking the solutions that you need?
Thank you, first of all, for your organization for this conference, and I'm pleased to be here in France to present my country. For whom they don't know Kuwait. Kuwait is the most hottest city in the Gulf. So our consumption of air conditioning is like 60% of our production. We are trying to do the energy efficiency by maintaining the maintenance for our power plants, for our grid, for our networking, and as well as we have several codes for building to reduce the consumption of the electricity, and as well as we trying to enter the behavior of reducing the energy and the consumption of water from the beginning, from the children, because in studying you enter in the school how to prevent the consumption, as well as doing several of announcement or in the television, in newspaper for reducing the electricity. We all know that energy efficiency is to achieve energy in the same quality and energy, but in less energy. How we can do this? It's very difficult, but we are trying our best. It's in Kuwait 50 degrees reaching the temperature. Our demand 60% of air conditioner. We are reaching now the peak load almost 16,200 megawatt. So we are expecting this year almost 18,000 megawatt. So it's too much. But we have like our Gulf GCC. We can use their lines to export electricity from them. Digitalization is very important because using, as my colleague first, she said smart meters. We are trying to use the smart meters now in our electricity and also water. We have in our building the smart lights that can turn off if there is nobody. And we are trying to enhance the people to reduce the air conditioned temperature during the peak load. It's like from 12 to 4 o'clock. We have, this is the peak load. So trying to reduce everything and to maintain the power for our houses. And we hope we can manage this year.
It's a real challenge, yes. And it's very, very interesting how you're approaching this. I wonder whether some of William's standards would be useful for your air conditioning. Yeah. In the sense of communicating and sharing this best practice.
Yeah, and also the air condition, we are putting the inverter. We are like trying to put rules on, you know, because it's all the government should work and all the ministers should work together. Yes. To maintain the efficiency. So we are pushing the Minister of Business, yes. To put not allow for any air condition to enter to the country unless it's have the inverter. This is one of our step, and hopefully.
So it's sort of digital, human beings, and engineering all coming together.
Yes, yes, yes.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you.
Shao, who chairwoman of Star Charge, which is Wanbang's digital energy. You're obviously at the forefront of innovation, pieces of technology, and the sort of technology that's available today which can provide individual benefits. But is there more potential energy efficiency when hardware plus software plus services are developed? I feel very strongly that business models are also really, really important where you're conflating that, and you have great experience, so we look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks for your question. I planned to speak in Chinese just now. but I think the frank communication is more important. So I think I will speak in English. Apologize for that my language is very poor. I will try my best to describe my opinion clearly. StarCharge is the biggest CPO in China, and we have built a biggest network in China. In our cloud platform, more than nearly 2 million charger poles is working on our platform. And we have hardware, our hardware including the charger, the battery, the storage, home storage, and CNI storages. And we have the converter, and we have the energy looter. So our product is the smart microgrid. The charging station is a special microgrid. The home is a microgrid. We named HEMS, Home EMS. The charging station is charging EMS, so we call it SEMS. The building is building EMS, so we call it BEMS. The commercial and the city is a smart grid, so we call them SEMS. We have so many EMS and so many smart grids, smart microgrids. But I think the platform is the soul, It's very, very important. Without a platform, every hardware and every micro grid were separate. They are not smart, and they don't can trading. They don't can share to other grid. So I think the platform very, very important. We have more than 1,000 engineers to develop these products, especially in software. We have more than 500 software engineers. Now, every year, we are engaged more and more software engineers to develop this platform. In our APP, it named the StarCharge APP. More than 1,000 users are using it. And our platform is very open. We can open our facility to other CPOs. More than 1,000 CPOs connect and working on our platform. And our platform can help them to improve the operating efficiency. We help them to earn more profit. So with this platform, especially very, very smart and wisdom platform, our hardware is more popular. We get the #1 sales performance in China, and we export our hardware to Europe and Asia. Because our platform very, very smart, so I think we know what is the software define the hardware. The software is the digital. But it's not enough. We do every charger is smart. And then the charging station is smart. And every building is smart. Every factory, every commercial, every city, every country, and the whole human, the whole world can connect with one website. And this web is very open, and this web can share your electricity, because we do how to trading. we should know every country's policy, the trading policy, the electricity policy. And we should know how to improve the charging stations, the CPO's efficiency. So we should know where to construct, where need a new charging station. And we know how to price, which price is a correct price. These details a lot. So I can't talk more in just 5 minutes. Even every day, a lot of countries' customers come to our company, including Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and a lot of OEMs and energy companies. We show our platform. With our platform and hardware and our service including trading and the CPO business and warranty and installation, we can know every pain point because we do the whole value chain. So every pain point we can feel very, very clearly. We want to cover it, solve it by technology. Very welcome you to Star Charge. We have our office in Germany, and our business has more than 6 countries. Not a charger, but also every microgrids. Thanks.
Can I just say your English is absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much. And it's a very important point, this. This isn't about software or hardware or services. It is about that integration and delivering a customer-focused and also very interesting about your analytics, where you're constantly learning and refining the proposition through actual sort of deployment. And the energy sector is very into pilots and into testing things. Actually, we've got to go out there and do stuff, and then that's how we're going to really learn. So coming on to doing things, Google is one of those real doers who has changed our lives in many ways, and it's very, very good to have Zeina here, who's Managing Director of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa Partnerships at Google. I mean, we've been talking, and all of us have been talking a lot about the demand side, about the customer. In many ways, the energy sector, as you know, we've sort of stated, isn't always very responsive to customers. Your understanding, you know more about me than I do. And I just wanted to feel that your contribution to the energy sector, to the transition, is massive, is potentially very, very important. Would you just explain how you're looking at the energy transition from a Google perspective and what we can all learn from your insights?
Great. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you. I don't know about you more than you do, but over dinner I'm going to talk to you a lot, so maybe I'll get there. So basically, I agree with the premise of your question. And we do need to inform consumers so they make sustainable choices. And we also need to do it in their homes. At Google, we have 3 pillars. The first one is informing consumers, bringing them the right information so they can make sustainable choices. The second one is our own, how do we, basically our own backyard, how do we have our campuses, data centers, offices operate efficiently. And the third one is partnering with governments, with agencies, with cities to also help them achieve their sustainability goals. Here with the IEA, we have worked, for example, last year when the energy crisis happened on giving users energy advice or tips on how to save energy on google.com, on Google search. So these were tips that were done in partnership with the IEA, how they can save daily energy, but also what kind of grants are available, what's encouraged, for example, changing heat pumps and so on. And that was a very effective partnership and an example of how we address Pillar 1. Talking about Google, we have a very ambitious goal. We want that by 2030, we are operating in a clean energy state. 24/7 all the time. That means our offices, data centers, and so on are all operating with clean energy. That means every email you send, every YouTube video you watch, by then will be supported by clean energy, or at least that's the ambitious goal. Also, when we build data centers, we want them to be very efficient. Today, our data centers are twice as efficient as a typical data center. We've also worked a lot on this in the past. Today, we can have 5 times more computer power, basically, from a data center with the same electricity as 5 years ago. So that's the advancement on this side. And then finally, helping governments, users, city. I'll take 2 examples. One is with UPS. So we've partnered with UPS, or Google Cloud partnered with UPS, so that they can use AI to design their routing, the routing of their vans, and to reduce emissions and to use less fuel. The outcome, it was a saving of 10 million gallons of fuel a year. Another example, there's a project called Project Greenlight, and this is where we actually partner with cities, and we give them data on traffic light and how cars stop and start at traffic lights. And then we give this data, and the cities can have their city engineers redesign traffic lights so that cars stop less and that there is less emissions. And we've seen significant reduction in emission and stop and start and air quality in certain cities like Budapest or Haifa, or just now we are launching in Hamburg. So these are the examples of how we are addressing the agenda.
I think it's very exciting. And what is particularly interesting is the energy sector is in many ways extending itself into transport, into data and digitalization, into how to manage the water system. We are moving into becoming integral to lots of other sectors. We have only a few minutes left, and I wanted to ask the panel to comment on each other and say, what, from listening to all these extraordinary examples, which one are you going to take from somebody else back to your country, to your company, that you feel you've learned? Because there's just so much rich ideas and thinking. I'm really finding this conference extraordinary from the point of view of learning. So Inga, name your winner. This isn't the Eurovision Song Contest, but okay, what are the things that you've learned?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose that the most important message today is that we need data. We need data in order to make a right policy decision, in order to give the information for investors, where to invest, how to invest. So therefore it's very important to open data, which are possible to open to the society, for the industry as well, and open data for municipalities as well, because municipalities are very important to make decisions concerning the energy efficiency, development of renewables in the sector, and here it's very important to give them a message how much they are green, how much energy did they save. So therefore it's very open to have a publicly available data, you know, scoreboard, how much energy one or other municipality saved. Then we have a competition element. It means that we push each other to be more efficient, to be more green. So therefore open data, interactive maps might be some interactive information for the municipalities to the government, and open data. So that's a crucial element in order to be efficient and green. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Inga. Ollie.
The new generation belong to the digital culture. It's easier for them to incorporate these ideas. So we need to take advantage in order to implement the smart system, smart cities, smart building, and everything. Because the only way to deal with the new clean energies in order to phase out the fuels, oil fuels, to go the meta in order to solve the decarbonization, is to incorporate technology. And the society, the young people, the universities have the responsibility to create new solutions and be part of the solution too.
Thank you. And William.
You know what they say about politicians? You may ask me any question you want, but I'll give the answer I want.
Why am I surprised?
You know what I mean.
Maybe.
I think I'll go on Google. Ghana government, through the Energy Commission of Ghana, we've set up this app that links that's part of the drive for efficiency, that links the buyer and the seller together for appliances. It gives you, through the Google map, the address, the telephone number of the seller, so that you can go and get it. And through this app, you can verify, using the star system, whether indeed the equipment you bought is the genuine item. So we Google, and I think we need to deepen it a little bit. But I would also like to use this platform to let the whole world know that this drive for efficiency, as far as African countries are concerned, Ghana in particular, my country and other African countries, that is a shared responsibility. It really is. This afternoon during lunch, I was talking to the Commissioner for Energy, African Union, and we talked about this shared responsibility. The dumping, I touched on it, and I'd like to actually put a little bit more ink in it. The dumping of these inefficient equipment, appliances in African countries, it goes to affect this energy transition that we have, the reduction in carbon emissions and all that. It's going to affect all of us. So we need to see it as a shared responsibility for all of us to work together. It was mentioned that these factories need to be sited in Africa so that we can, factories for production of appliances, to be sited in Africa so that we can have more control on the quality of equipment or the appliance that's churned out. But the problem is, most of these investors, they come to Africa and what they see is the proliferation of inefficient, used appliances being dumped in Africa. So if they were to put up their factories in Africa, there will still be disadvantage because of our low level of incomes. People will naturally gravitate towards cheap, inefficient stuff. So we need, from the side of the Europeans, Americans, to do their bit to stop the manufacture and export of inefficient appliances to Africa, whilst we are doing our bit.
I think that's a very, very clear message, and thank you for that. And I didn't recognize that that was happening, so very important. What have you learned?
I would like to, William, how he managed the...
Not to answer the question.
No, I want to know how they manage the air conditioner consumption. And from Google, we recently have an agreement with Google, a service agreement for IT. So I have to. I'm the winner.
Wonderful, you are the winner. That is definitely the case. And Chao, what have you learnt or are going to take back to China?
I especially agree the First Lady's opinion. The data should be open, and especially every government should pay more attention on the energy digital. Normally, normally it's very, very hard for a government officer to get such data. He doesn't know how much electricity, green electricity, has. Yes, and he doesn't know how many kilowatts the PV is. So every month they call the enterprise. If the government has a digital platform, he can know every data at the real time. And now StarCharge has cooperated with several governments, and we open our data to them. I think it's very important.
I totally agree, and very much UK government's policy is presumed open, all energy data. Zena, our finale.
Thank you. So for me, a lot of you told good stories on that, and I think William and Maha in particular, whether you are facing a challenging time, i.e., in what you talked about in the 2000s, you have to keep going, you have to make the change happen, or if it's a geographical challenge, like in Kuwait, where it's very hot, because both of you or both of your governments could have decided to say, well, this is how it is, economy doesn't allow it, weather doesn't allow it. But I think what I really admired in your stories is the fact that you actually did something about it. So thank you.
And that's what this conference is all about. Thank you for that finale, because it is about doing something and really taking next steps tomorrow, not the day after. We've had a huge range of different approaches, all of which actually all build the digital, energy-efficient system of the future. From standards, engineering, behavior change, long-term policy, really important, hardware working with services, and all empowered and enabled by digitalization. And never, ever forget that the customer comes first. Thank you all so much. Fantastic panel. I think it's time for a break now. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Amélie de Montchalin. I'm the French ambassador to the OECD and the International Energy Agency, and it's a pleasure to be with you all today. I'm here for this panel on energy efficiency in a net zero future with a number of very distinguished and knowledgeable colleagues and experts and also practitioners. We have here Her Excellency Amani Abu Zaid, who is the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy of the African Union. So many thanks for being with us today. I'm here also with the Minister Eamon Ryan, who is the Minister in Ireland for Environment, Climate, Communications and Transport, which also means energy, Eamon. We are here also with His Excellency Rob Jetten, who is Minister for Climate and Energy Policy in the Netherlands, and with Kim Fossing, who is the CEO of Danfoss, a company you might all know about. So to start this discussion, I would like first to ask the different panelists 2 questions to make it lively and hopefully concrete, down to earth, so as we don't forget that at the end we need to be in the action mode. The first question is, in this link between energy efficiency and climate, net zero trajectory, one example of one policy, one innovation, one product, one speech, one thing that in your setting, in your environment, really proved successful. Something you want to share that can give ideas and can be replicated in other settings. And the second question for each of you is a failure, something that didn't work, something we can learn about, maybe a frustration, something you have been spending time, energy, brain, teams, you launch it, and then the outcome is not the one you expected. And I think with these 2 questions, we will have enough material to then have more conversations. So maybe I start with you, from the African Union perspective, in your different capacities. One thing you want to share and one thing you want to learn about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for giving me the floor, and allow me at the outset to thank France and to thank the IEA and to thank Schneider for this excellent summit that we are having here in Versailles. From the African perspective, let me just say that our purpose, our mission, our goal is actually not energy efficiency, it's energy access. Knowing that the majority of our continent has no access to electricity and that 90% of our people still using charcoal or firewood or other untreated biofuel for cooking. But I think you would ask, yeah, but then why am I here? If it's the case, because we want to make the case of energy efficiency for access. And that's the whole purpose. And how do you do that? By proving that making best use of what we already have can avail some energy for access, and also can avail funds for also promote or continue with our access programs. And here I'm happy to say, and something that works, and that worked. To do that, you need information, and you need knowledge, and you need training. And I'm taking the lead from the last speaker, I think, in the previous session, the Lithuanian ministry. For that, we are having the database on energy and energy consumption across the continent, and we have proven that, for instance, in the southern region of Africa, that just lowering or being more efficient in the energy use by 5–9% can liberate enough energy to electrify 50 million homes in Africa, and it's almost the equivalent of lifting off our roads 5 million fossil fueled cars, or enough money that could build 11 big power plants. But that's a very compelling information when it comes to energy efficiency. So things that have not worked, and here again I'm taking the example of something we said over lunch and was repeated just a few minutes ago by my brother from Kenya, from Ghana. We have a program for lighting and appliances efficiency, and fixing the codes and making sure that whatever comes to our markets is energy saving, energy efficient. Unfortunately, the continent still suffers from the fact that it's used as dumping place of inefficient equipment. And these inefficient equipment still find their way to our markets and at a much cheaper price. And remember, affordability is also an important element for our people. So the dilemma, or how do we make sure that we have energy efficient, say, appliances or cars or vehicles that are on the African continent that obey to the, or answer to the codes and the standards, while at the same time being affordable. One way is, of course, locating some of the industries back in Africa, others, rethinking the way it's done. I mean, it's complex, but definitely until now, and despite the efforts that we're having, this has not worked yet, and we're looking for better ways to make sure, or to ensure that what reaches our markets, both from the side of manufacturers as well as the side of the local authorities, make sure that these equipment and these vehicles are energy efficient, energy saving.
So it means that there is efficiency to be built in the regulation, and not just in innovation.
Enforcing the regulation.
Enforcing regulation.
Enforcing the regulations, yes, but also from side of manufacturers. And and here everyone is responsible according to the planet. And mind you, I've said exactly the same thing to car manufacturers, which are not African. Said, make sure that whatever you send to Africa obeys to the same rule you apply in your own country. Don't send us, your
the old-fashioned,
not just old, unsafe, inefficient cars just to get profit because you escape, your country's regulation. So I think it takes everybody to make it work, and that's why I'm saying it's a shared responsibility, not just in Africa, but those who work with Africa, to make sure that what is out there in the market, wherever this market is energy saving and it's efficient. Thank you.
I think many thanks. It was exactly the things I think we need to hear. Lessons to be learned, message for action, and as you said, energy efficiency in some settings is about accessibility. With the gigawatts of production you have, how do we cover more people? How do we cover more GDP? How do we cover more growth, which is then compatible with net zero? Iman, in Ireland, one story that you want to replicate, and one thing you want to share as something that we can all do differently to do it better.
The two, one to replicate and one not to do, is both around markets and might seem contradictory in a way. In Ireland, we have introduced a mechanism for carbon taxation that I think is working. And carbon tax is only one element. It's not the magic tool. It's not the silver bullet. But what we have done is each year now by law, without having to go into the budget, our carbon tax goes up €7 a tonne every year. It's 48 euros a tonne at the moment. Next year it'll be 55. The year after it'll be 62. And and the revenue, it's agreed with the finance ministry. It will go 15% for small farmers to help them decarbonise, 30% to increase social welfare because carbon tax has a regressive effect, and 55% goes to energy efficiency buildings for those who are poorest. This year, I think we have $250 million that goes to retrofitting energy of the most vulnerable households. And the advantage isn't just that you get the revenue or that you put the price, or is that you put the price on carbon, but the energy efficiency industry knows that each year that budget will increase by €100 million. And that what was previously a stop-start industry, or depending on how the budget was, did you have the money for finance or not, that is removed. So they can invest in hiring staff. They know that it's going to be an industry which grows. So I think that, putting aside 30% of it to social welfare increases means that you can show politically that it protects the most vulnerable. That's very important. So I think that the way we've done it, it's very politically difficult. It was not popular, but I think it is a good tool. As I said, that's a market mechanism, but I think the other thing on the other side then, what would I learn or do differently? And this is a very broad perspective, political perspective. For almost 20, 30 years I've been involved, I think the environmental movement made the mistake, like so many sections of our society, to be over-reliant on markets and market mechanisms. And included in that was a kind of political approach which was, and the environmental movement, are you doing the right thing? Is that the right glass of tap water that you're drinking? Or are you you're responsible for this climate change and for addressing it? And that was a fundamental disconnect where on the one side the world is burning and biodiversity, nature has been lost, and then you're saying I have to change my light bulbs. It doesn't work as a connection. But also it doesn't deliver the scale and of change that we need. And I think in the last 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, the environmental movement has changed. I think people like Bill McKibben of 350.org and others realized actually we need to stop focusing just on the end of the pipeline, as it were, and start focusing on the source of the problem. We keep the fossil fuels in the ground, we use regulations to change buildings, to change behavior, but not put it all down to personal consumption habits. And I think that was a mistake we all made in the environmental movement, which we've learned from, unfortunately, at some cost, I think, in the politics of how people perceive this transition.
Yeah, in French we have this phrase, every small gesture counts. And I agree with you, it leads to some skepticism of, okay, at my level, is it really worth it? And I think your point on predictability is, in a way, is putting the net zero trajectory in your budget to have enough time to both be where we should be, which is in fact soon, but have this more medium-term planning that we know is very difficult to keep as a government. So I think two very good points too. Many thanks, Iman. So now turning to Netherlands, same questions. Seen from your point of view, and also maybe on the political side, what works to convince, what doesn't work? So your turn.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to the IEA and the French government for organizing this event.
And Schneider.
And yeah, thank you. I think last year we had very impressive numbers in energy saving and energy efficiency in the Netherlands, but that was just last year, because for decades we haven't done enough on energy efficiency. And I think two mistakes that we made over the past decades were a bit similar to the Irish examples, but let me start with the first one. That always annoyed me. We had these huge campaigns in the Netherlands that said, if I would translate it to English, if you want to save the planet, start with your own behavior. That is something that we've been telling people for 20, 30 years. And there was a great excuse for governments and big companies to do absolutely nothing, because you could just point at individuals' behavior. And at the same time, we were in our policies mainly focused on the positive effects of efficiency for the climate. And we thought or believed that if you always talk about saving the climate and slowing down climate change, and everyone will feel motivated to do more and to do better. But the hard reality is that a lot of people are just struggling to get to the next day or the next week or the next month. And they do care about the planet, but they don't have the time, they don't have the mental space to focus on that climate action. And what we've learned over the last year and a half in the Netherlands is that talking about your energy bill and talking about the possibilities you have to lower your own costs was actually the most effective way to get both companies and consumers moving. So we've learned from those two failures, and last year we started a huge campaign on energy saving and energy efficiency with a very positive attitude in all the campaigning. But we started with putting the right example from a government perspective. So a lot of energy efficiency measures in our own buildings, in our own policies, both on the federal level and on a local level, being more harsh in our policies to big companies so that they are really pushed to save energy, and then go to the consumers and ask them, what do you need? How can we support you? Giving positive examples in these TV ads and everything. So people felt like I'm part of a movement and we're all moving into the right direction. So I think that is our big lesson of the past 12 to 16 months. And maybe if I can add one more, because I just came back from the Caribbean Climate and Energy Conference, the first ever meeting with around 35 countries from the Caribbean region. The Netherlands, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has 6 islands in this region. And what we came up to is that we want to create these living labs with some of the small island development states in the Caribbean region, because there's a lot of technology available that can be combined in this integrated energy mixes with more renewables, more storage, but also smart grid management. And the small island states are just perfect to actually try out these new techniques because of the scale and the size of these islands. So the Netherlands will support some of the islands in the Caribbean region and see if we can really make a huge leap on energy efficiency so that we can then copy-paste these policies to other countries and that not everyone is reinventing the wheel by itself.
Well, thank you. I think the point of consistency, in my previous position, I also experienced that no message can be put to the public if then the state as an employer, the state as a builder, a maintenance, when the schools, when the hospitals are not doing retrofit, how then people can believe it's a priority? Exactly. If it's so, energy saving, if it's so good for climate, if it's so good for your bill, why isn't the cities, why aren't the ministries also doing it? And I think this consistency point both is very good because in fact the bills of public authorities are large and it's also good for the political message. So now we're turning to another type of actor. You are CEO of a company, you innovate, you put on the markets things that hopefully all of them work. So a success and a lesson learned.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And also from me, thank you very much to this gathering once a year. The IEA has really become a fantastic motor to help us to bring out this message on energy efficiency. So thank you for that. So what works, what doesn't? Let me start. Last year, when we had the meeting in Sonderborg in Denmark, so one of our sayings was, seeing is believing. And it's clear, if you look at the energy efficiency, it's been a bit in the shadow of the big picture, the green wall, a wind turbine, and it's very easy to understand. It's renewables, it's green, it's good, great story. You would like to move with that, right? And I think that's not been the case for energy efficiency. That's a lot to do with many technologies you touch with your infrastructure and so on. And therefore, I think what works is when you really understand and you see the role modeling of what really makes a big difference. And I don't know, but last year, Minister Ryan, I think. Now I don't know what you were thinking, but maybe you were thinking, why was I invited to visit I think you visited a supermarket or something last year. But the fact is, and when you see that a supermarket can be sustainable and produce all the heat it needs by itself, then you start to understand a new world. Like, for example, data centers. We all need them, right? And we build them very fast, and nobody doubt why we have them, but there's so much excess heat available. So the learning is, first of all, when you get out and see things, then you start thinking, let's do that, right? And I have many reflections when people do that, then they say, why don't we just do this much more? Yeah.
Lots of invitations to all the ministers and all the actors to visit places where you put live your technologies then...
Yeah, I think we have all the examples. We have it in Danfoss. There's many other companies who can show the same things. But it starts with you understand, and then you start to believe, and then it's sharing it, right? I mean, going in with a positive story, role modeling, right? That then you can move. What does not work is the opposite. We can say we have 500 million radiators in the southern part of Europe, even without a thermostat. It's such a short payback time. And you know, trust me, if people understood that they could save maybe 30% of their heating bill just by investing very, very little money, putting a thermostat on the radiator, people would do it. But we have to look at ourselves in the mirror, but maybe also out here in the room. It's just been extremely difficult and frustrating for us because we can't get through with that message. In the same time, we have an energy crisis. And we think about, why don't we turn off the lighting, or why don't we, and it's all right, but I mean, 500 million radiators, and we can't get traction. The opposite example.
Yeah, so we still have a long road to go. I want now to go back on the moment we are in. I know this morning Fatih Birol and others presented you the numbers, and that last year we multiply by 2 or by 3 the rate of efficiency gains, and that we still have to do as much as double it in the long run if we want to reach net zero and you know, have the whole system functioning. But last year also prices were extremely high, to a point where many of the messages we just carried were messages that people were listening at with the sense that it was an economic case and not just a climate or not just a moral case. Now the prices are going down sharply, not yet in the supermarkets, not yet in the gas stations, not yet on the bills. But if we do some economics, we know that probably in 12, 18 months ahead, if things keep being what they are, which we are not so sure, and here we really hope the aggression of Russia will stop and we find a way to stop it. But with the prices going down, how do you, in your different capacities, foresee and plan for tools to keep the effort? Because this is, you know, these millions of radiators. If the bill, you know, lowers just because the price is lower, well, what's the incentive? On this, who wants to start? Yes.
Doing the same order. Again, a different perspective. When you say the prices go down, I understand it's not just about the energy cost, but technology. I mean, it's getting cheaper, especially in renewable energy. What people seem to forget that maybe the cost of using the energy exploitation of the renewable is getting lower, but having a power plant is still expensive, and more importantly, people forget about transmission. And that's a critical part. So it's not exactly what you're saying does not exactly always apply to us, actually does not necessarily apply to us at all, because the prices, it's still very costly. However, there is a case, and that is what I'm trying to aim at, there still is a case for both for energy efficiency, like I said earlier, because it optimizes the use of what we already have, and there is a case for renewables for us in the continent because of the opportunities that could be created not just for Africa, but through Africa to the world, using or exploiting renewable energy. Just to let some of you know, we have 6 African countries already producing green hydrogen. We have 4 African countries already on their way to produce sustainable aviation fuel. So there is, in addition, of course, the huge potential in solar, wind, geothermal, hydro, and so there's an important case for Africa to use renewable energy for ourselves, for others, and so on and so forth. However, we have to be cautious in generalizing things like the prices are going down, because it depends who, where, and what prices exactly are we talking about? And we have to factor in the whole value chain all the way to the end consumer, especially going through the transmission issue, which is still for us a critical also missing link, because even the current connections, we have a wastage of about 30 or 40% that's being wasted. Replacing those, building new ones, smart grids, even many grids. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done on that front.
Yes, and I wish that in many developing countries the cost of financing decreases, and we know it's not decreasing.
Thank you so much,
and this is, as you know, a big discussion that will happen in Paris in 2 weeks now. How do we make the financing work for developing countries? Because at the moment, yes, the oil price on the Brent market is going down, but the cost of financing for many developing countries are going up steeply, and it's not helping to loop in.
Absolutely, Ambassador, and just last month, in April, actually not last month, April, UNDP came with a study that Africa, because of unfair, unjustified ratings, and making that the cost of borrowing for Africa, making us lose about 75 billion a year, let alone all, crippling our development by not being able to access finance at fair terms. What we ask you to have fair.
If you want to follow on this discussion, it's Palais Brognard, 22nd and 23rd of June, because I'm mindful of the time. And I will make sure that you are on the list of invitees. Iman, I think you have a point on, in Europe or in developed countries, where indeed the cost of financing is increasing, but to a proportion which is nothing comparable to developing countries. But if the prices of energy are going down, how do we keep the effort?
Because we are in a new industrial revolution that is evolving very quickly before our eyes. What Fatih said this morning is that 40% increase in solar last year, 90% of new power generation in the world renewables. Not happening in Africa fast enough, but in China, India, Europe, America, and elsewhere. This revolution is characterized, and the efficiency comes in because the nature of the revolution, when you have a renewable system, there will be some nuclear, but who thinks here that renewables will go below, let's say, 75% of new generation in the next 5 or 10 years? Does anyone, I mean, it seems to me it's going to be solar, it's going to be wind as the cornerstone of the energy, this new industrial revolution. And in this revolution, what you find when you get to high levels of renewables, that the balancing capability that you get with demand management and energy efficiency is the other side of the revolution. This new energy system is a dance between variable supply and variable demand. We very soon, already in some countries, already have excess renewable power, so we have to design smart metering, pricing, flexible systems to balance that capability. And that revolution is not going to go away because solar is going to continue to drop in price, and it's everywhere. Everyone, same with wind, or one or the other of these forms of renewable energy, everyone has access to. And that, I think, is the key. It's the efficiency that comes with flexibility to use this variable power is going to be what will continue to drive efficiency. The last point, though, and this is a big geopolitical point, this characteristic of this energy revolution is different. A fossil or other traditional energy system is hierarchical, centralized, and is not ubiquitous. It's more energy dense, but it doesn't have the capability that the renewables have of being accessed to everyone. It's true, Africa with new HVDC cable connectivity, whatever even about hydrogen, could be a significant partner with Europe in sharing power. But also critically, if we're to achieve our climate objectives, it's vital that Africa has the same access to the solar technology, which can be done in different ways. It doesn't always have to have the same grid technology. But it is, I think they're the two characteristics we will start to see, that there's an energy revolution taking place which is accelerating, and the politics, the geopolitics of this, it gets away from an America versus China versus Europe. It is by agreeing on systems that everyone has access, we can actually guarantee all our security. My security is guaranteed when my neighbour's security is also there. And we're not that far away from that. In Paris in 2 weeks' time, in Abu Dhabi in November, we need to turn this moment of industrial revolution change to being the peace project of our time, which I think it can and will be. That will drive the change.
And this was the discussion here in Versailles in March, when just a few weeks after the beginning of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, all the European leaders said that our sovereignty, our security was a question of also stopping the dependencies. And energy efficiency, better use of the resources we have is a way to lower dependency and therefore be in a peace, as you said, or at least in a shared prosperity on energy that then leads to geopolitical stability. Now, how do we do with the Dutch consumers? They care a lot about their money, as you said. So if the price goes down, how do we do it?
I think 3 short remarks. First of all European governments have to make use of this momentum because prices are still a bit higher than we were used to. Everyone knows what happened last year, so put in place these stricter regulations, stricter policies, new subsidy schemes, etc., etc. Do it now, because if you want to do it next year, you probably won't have the political support anymore. So that is, I think, everyone is moving really fast. We are also publishing a new national program on energy efficiency after summer. France is doing it in a few weeks' time, so use the momentum. Secondly, even with lowering prices for lower income households in Europe, energy poverty is a huge disaster. In the Netherlands, almost 900,000 households are faced with energy poverty in a wealthy country as the Netherlands. So even with lower prices, we have to take responsibility to really focus our support to these households. So what we're doing now is not everyone look out for yourselves, but we call it a street-by-street approach, going into a neighborhood and lifting that whole neighborhood in a few months with insulation, with solar panels, etc., etc. And that demands close cooperation between the national government, local government, and social housing organizations. Thirdly, and that is about the international stage, and I think it could be a peace project, but there's a huge responsibility for European countries. The Netherlands aims to be the energy hub of northwestern Europe, with our big harbors being the way in for green hydrogen from all around the world to not only the Dutch industries, but also Belgium, Luxembourg, Germany, etc. And Dutch companies and also the Dutch government is traveling all around the world to sign memorandums of understanding and to start new projects for these green hydrogen productions in countries like Morocco, Namibia, South Africa, Oman, Chile, etc., etc. And we can make one big mistake. A mistake that we've made during the fossil era is Europeans investing in developing countries and getting all the green hydrogen out of that country as fast as possible, so we have the cheapest green hydrogen for our industries. And if at the same time the populations of those countries do not have access to affordable energy, that is, now we should be ashamed of ourselves if that is the situation in 5 to 10 years' time. So I'm really pushing all Dutch companies that are investing in green hydrogen in Africa, Middle East, and Latin America. What are you doing on local return on investment? What are you doing to make sure that your solar plant in Namibia is also accessible for the local population so they can get that access? And I think it's up to politicians and up to governments to make sure that this is the new standard for energy projects worldwide.
Well, I can tell you, as a French ambassador, this is the French position too, on the second point you've made, that it's very, very important that we do not recreate dependencies, rent situation, extraction of assets that deprives the local population of the prosperity they're asking for. And this is for us a critical part of this new pact, both on the financing and the energy. So, Danfoss, how will you do if energy is a bit cheaper than what the crazy prices has been?
I think it doesn't really have an influence on the business case as such. It's really, really good business, and I think I have all the sympathy for green hydrogen and developing this. But if you think about the basics, for a moment, you know, there is such great business case also before we had an energy crisis. So I mean, if we think about our biggest sites that we are, where we take our own medicine, where we are decarbonizing them, where we are net zero today, 250,000 square meters, you know, we have not done anything with payback times more than 3 years. So we are more profitable today because we did it, and that was at old energy prices. You know, we have, and sorry to put it on the extreme, and of course this agenda is really moving now, and we are super happy with it, but we still have many places in the world, a city, where you on the one side of the street has a company producing a lot of hot water, could be chemical industry or many other areas, and the other side of the street you have a district heating company producing a lot of hot water, right? And there's not been a lot of ideas how to connect and how to use it, right? And I tell you, these payback times, it doesn't matter if the energy price is slightly higher, slightly lower, because they are super attractive. So there's so many opportunities, and therefore I get so confident when I hear, right? It's really about moving and maintaining this sense of urgency. For energy efficiency, it's the fastest and lowest cost to do in the best business case, no matter if the energy prices are going slightly back. So it's maintaining the urgency. It's all out there. We have the technology.
Yes, that's, I think, a very strong message. But still, maybe going back to some of you who want to take back the floor, if we're here today, and if we meet every year, it's also because we are not where we should be. And to reach the multiply by 2 speed that Fatih Birol was describing this morning, to reach the numbers of investment that other speakers have been describing, there are blocking points. There are things we are not managing to overcome. So if you think in each of your positions, not the failures, not the lesson to be learned, but what are the thing in the last 7 minutes we have, the blocking point, the moment where you feel, okay, we are putting energy, we are putting innovation, we are putting conviction, sense of arguments, argumentation. What are there people, are there companies, are there ideas? Where are the blocking points? Because in Ireland, in the Netherlands, you know, you're rational ministers, the population are rational people, companies are rational. What is blocking?
We were at a session earlier, which was a very round-table session downstairs at industry and politicians, and Dan said something that surprised me. You described the SME sector, small business sector, where there's potential for 70% savings in efficiency very quickly. But what you said is, in the survey of those, I think you surveyed 12,000, and most of them didn't have the knowledge as to what could be done. And that surprised me in a country like Denmark, which the economy has been centered around very strong energy efficiency industries for 30 years, 40 years. And I said to myself, if 12,000 businesses in Denmark don't have the knowledge where they make all the controls and the windows and the radiator systems, well then that really is telling. I think that we need a one-stop shop for small businesses to get the knowledge. And then the second thing I'd say, again, came out, we all had this common view, I think, we don't have the people. Our young people are not going in to be installers or engineers or plumbers. And actually, if you want to save the world, we need to get this message out. We need plumbers to save the world. Those two things, I think, are the two biggest obstacles, knowledge and people.
And at the OECD, a survey was made on how the young people perceive their role regarding the transition. In fact, it's a big, I think, role for governments, for schools, for universities. Being a plumber helps a lot the climate. Helps a lot the climate. And this is not the jobs that the young generation associate with climate. They want to participate, but they don't see the way they can be part of it concretely. And this is indeed a very good lesson.
Yeah, I would also say we lack the forces to do all of this. So in the Netherlands, we're really trying to get people more involved in education, getting people from other sectors into the energy transition. But it's not easy. And I think the main challenge is to get more girls and women involved. I visit so many events in the Netherlands with audience full of boys and guys that are super enthusiastic about the energy transition, but I think you also need a diversity in the teams to get the job done. So we are now trying to see and find out how can we involve girls and women better in technical education, making sure that there are some right examples and that you actually recreate the image of people that are working in the energy transition. It's not, you don't get dirty in these jobs anymore. Most of the jobs are actually clean jobs. With very good wages. So yeah, let's try to convince people to choose for jobs in the energy transition.
So we lack people, workforce, skills, training, young people to think it can be their lives. As a CEO of a company, because the stories you tell are very exemplary. So what is blocking in your view?
I think it's, I completely agree with what just was said, so I'll not repeat that, but I think it's always underestimated. We do that every day in companies, you know, it's very easy to do a vision and know where you want to go, but it's super hard to get there, right? You have to work it. Execution is a lot of hard work and staying the course. It's not giving up when you have a setback, it's just staying on it because you know it's the right thing to do. And this is in a nutshell where we are on the efficiency side. I think if we just now have this courage to stay on it, build the urgency and solve, and that's also why it's important to come together here once in a while, because also things happen, we get smarter. Ireland, you move fast on district heating, you have good experiences, okay, suddenly some others hear about this, so we need to keep turning the wheel. That's really what's the limit, that we flip-flop sometimes too much and underestimate that execution. That's staying the course, it's working together, and it's in headwind and nice times, right?
So in a way you need politics now, but a bit less political life after.
Yes,
because
now,
the thing
tomorrow,
not to
and
be
the
too
day
much
after,
moved
and the same agenda. Don't flip-flop.
Don't flip-flop.
Yeah, but it's like with
Scene
incentives.
from Africa. We have 2 minutes left. So.
Two things. I mentioned the database and the indicators. Remember, Africa is not a country, it's 55 countries. So for us, the challenge is to have common indicators and that allow us to fix KPIs for the continent and to stick to those KPIs. Without those, then it will only be goodwill and rhetoric. So this is one. And the second, and I thank you, Minister, for bringing gender into the issue, into this discussion. We forgot in this discussion about, again, the clean cooking aspect, which is major in Africa, that we have to make sure that the concerns regarding women and girls, energy poverty, time poverty, the hardship that they are facing, the premature death, is centered to our discussion of energy efficiency, and not only the training of women and men in energy, women in power and decision positions. We have to have women taking decisions at the main table, not only to be a vulnerable group that we trying to serve, but we have to have women sitting on the main table, making and taking decisions for everybody else. Thank you.
With this, I think we can conclude. I think we have the main message. Here, hopefully there are women in the room, there are women on the stage, there are women in your teams, and indeed we cannot, for such a challenge, both for climate or for energy transition and efficiency, think that 50% of the whole population is out of the debate, is out of action, and is out of the solution. So, indeed, I hope it was interesting to listen to our conversation and not fireside, but quite chat. I think we have to leave the room, so as Fatih Birol and the Ukrainian minister and others come for the concluding session. So thank you very much for having listened to us, and let's keep
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. This is the last session of this, in my view, a very impressive day. We heard from several ministers, several CEOs, thought leaders about energy efficiency and its role in reaching our energy and climate goals. Now, in this last session, I have two very distinguished colleagues. Very fortunate to have you, Madam Deputy Minister from Sweden, and of course this morning we talked with Jean-Pascal. He gave a very impressive opening speech, as usual, Jean-Pascal, about the energy efficiency in buildings and beyond, based on his extensive experience with Schneider Electric. Now, this session we normally had also Minister Galushenko from Ukraine. He is still on his way to come here. I think he has a few other meetings before arriving here. But we still want to have a brief, more or less a chat between these two distinguished colleagues. Now, Sweden, as we all know, it's a fortunate country, if I may say so, Madam Minister. Lots of carbon-free electricity, and with your government, you now embrace also nuclear power as part of your energy mix, maybe to say a comeback of nuclear power in Sweden. But at the same time, you are presiding the European Union this term. Can you tell us a bit, Madam Minister, what key challenges you see in the European levels, especially when we had to deal with this energy crisis after 24th of February? What key challenges in Europe from your point of view?
Oh, there's a lot of them, and thank you, Dr. Fatih Birol, for the introduction. Also, happy to be here on stage, happy to be a part of this this conference. But of course, hearing you mention the 24th of February, it's only been 2 days now since the attack on the Kakhovka dam, another completely outrageous attack from Russia, hitting and once again, a lot of civilians being really hurt from this, and accountability really must be sought in this. But what I'm really eager is for the European Union to draw the lesson from being so highly dependent off of one single country, as the European Union has been off of Russia, and then being so highly dependent still on fossil fuel, as we've been on gas, and then Russian gas, is to be able to draw the lesson from that, but also plow it into other areas. So I think one of the major challenges for the European Union now is that everything is connected. We've said that the green transition is the way to move forward, but we are still highly dependent on third countries for all of the critical raw material for making this green transition, for all of the critical raw materials needed in our phones, in our wind power, in our electric vehicles, for our grid system. It's all connected, and we need to be able to see the whole value chain, the full value chain of this. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is that when you have Brexit, for example, which was a big challenge for the European Union, when you have a global pandemic, Russia's unlawful invasion of Russia, and then an energy crisis, a lot of other long-term issues are set aside. and you only focus on the acute measures. And that's why you could see European energy ministers this fall giving a lot of focusing energy into discussion on price cap, instead of how do we build new power production, how do we build an energy system which gives a proper incentives for other actors to decide to develop the new technique and invest in new power production within the European Union. So it's you get a quite broad, out-zoomed answer to your question, and I'd love to get into the nitty-gritty as well, but I think that's one of the biggest challenges. Draw the lesson from the invasion of Ukraine, applying it to more areas, and also making sure that the acute errands on the agenda for the European Union does not push out all of the long-term issues.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I will ask a question to Jean-Pascal, but then I will come to you to see your reflection. I'm sure when you take the day one as the European presidency, what you thought you could achieve, and now, as of today, you are only a few weeks from giving you are counting the minutes, I know, to give it to your Spanish colleagues. How do you see, have you been able to achieve what you had in mind? Just I will come to that in a moment. Now, Jean-Pascal, you are, as I said this morning, when people talk about energy efficiency and the private sector, I wouldn't say you are one of the first names come to my mind, but you are the first name comes to my mind. Colleagues may not know, but Jean-Pascal and myself met in many meetings, but special ones were in Davos, if I may say so, and I am the chair of the Davos Energy Board, so when in the sessions, I always give the opening remarks, and then there is always or most of the heated debate, and one of the persons who comes with a common sense, with a strong voice, and I am so fortunate to supporting more or less what I say is Jean-Pascal. So I'm very thankful to him, and I also admire Jean-Pascal, how you reposition the Schneider Electric in the last several years. So can you tell us, I mean, the Schneider Electric is in fact a giant, if I may say so. If you look at the numbers, the business volumes in terms of people who are working there, where you work, many people think you are a French company, but most of your business is not in France. Can you give a couple of numbers where it was and where it is now?
Yeah, I can. Before I do that, I really, the words of Eba really resonate to me. Actually, the first way to get out of this dependency on energy, on external energy, is first to work on our addiction. And very often, because we've been used to that, we've always solved energy through the supply. But when you think about it, during the history of humanity, energy transition happened through the demand. I mean, cars will not be electric because there is more electricity. Cars will be electric because somebody designed a very competitive and attractive car. And this industry will be the biggest energy migration we've ever known in the short term. So what if today, I heard Kim Faustin from Danfoss in the previous panel, sharing a sort of, I would say a sort of frustration, saying before speaking about big plans, big innovation, big whatever, let's deploy what we have, right? Let's everybody to have a self-regulating thermostat, let's have heat pumps where they need to be, and so on. And what if today Europe, without losing one degree of comfort, would consume 20 to 30% less energy? Is that a dream? No, it's perfectly accessible. Return on investment, probably less than 3 years. We just need to think differently. So now, I'll go back to, and it's a real important question, because otherwise our mind is always on the supply and we never bring the efficiency, while at the end of the day, if everybody is net zero here, my home, my building, my factories, then Europe is autonomous. That gives a lot of freedom, right? We can't get to that point, but we can go much closer to that point. Now, well, Fatih, thank you for your kind words, more than kind words. We've been, as you say, in multiple dialogues, and I hope, and I'm sure that this dialogue will keep going. But we are the example, Schneider, of a company that we repositioned 20 years ago when I was handed over the keys of the company, because I was coming from a career in emerging countries, in fast developing countries. And when you are in developing countries, you know that energy is precious. You have power outages. If you can run your company and your society on a shoestring, then you are much more competitive than anybody else. So we we position Schneider to be the champion of technologies for energy efficiency and therefore sustainability and leveraging new technologies, namely digitalization, smart everything, and clean electrification. And we are the example. I know that it's common to trade off performance or economic performance on sustainability by aligning our purpose with technologies for sustainability. Actually, we multiplied the size of Schneider by 4, from 8 billion to 34 billion last year of revenue. And because this positioning was contrarian and actually speaking to the whole world, we also became very global. We grew by a factor of 10 in new economies, because our value proposition, of course, speaks a lot in fast-growing economies. And we did that by moving from 1 billion in digital to 15 billion in digital. And today, I would say we are probably one of the top 3 industrial software company in the world. Electrification multiplied by 4, and we are world leader. And if you take Europe, because we tend in Europe to consider that sometimes we are behind some continents, actually in electricity, the 3 top champions are European. So we have, because why? Because we have no resource. So we had to design systems that would be more efficient. So that's our story, and I think it shows, and we bring every year solutions, active solutions, digital solutions that save 100 million tons to our customers. We can do it, we can deploy, it's all a question of scale on how fast we go together, and I think it's a key topic we all have to share.
And when did you, how many years you hold the key? Was it?
20 years, and it probably looks out.
Okay, 20 years, 2 decades. Perfect, and you hand over the keys only a few weeks ago. No?
I hand over the keys to Peter. Peter is first rank, and Peter knows very well our industry.
Wonderful. Now, I turn again to Madam Minister. Madam Minister, you, I mean, the time that you have the presidency of Europe was a bit tough. No, the energy crisis, winter, high energy prices, not available Russian energy, internal discussions, and you wanted to make some reforms when you took over on 1st of January. How do you assess now where you are today as of June compared to when you started 1st of January?
It's a good question. Ask me again in 4 weeks, and you get an even more precise answer. But starting off like this, first of all, I've had the great honor, but also the great challenge of leading 2 of the European Council circuits. So both, I meet my energy ministers in one council circuit. I see a few of them here today. I've listened to a few of them here on stage, and the other one is the Council on Competitiveness. And I think that has been an advantage, to be able to work with both the 2 of the council circuits combined. To be honest, on the 1st of January, I was quite concerned that we would have yet another 6 months of only the acute errands on the agenda, only emergency issues. I hoped that there would be an opening for the long-term issues, but I was quite skeptical. But I would say that there is really speaking of demand, a huge demand also among policymakers to sort of lift your eye towards the horizon a little bit. And I think what we managed to do during the spring is really show there is a way to reach high set climate target goals and combining that with economic growth, a strong welfare, and paving way for new job opportunities for your citizens. Because there is part of the policy making that resonates well with it's doomsday. If we don't save the climate and the planet here and now, we're all gone. And also pushing the responsibility and guilt buttons. And that's part of it. But for some to be able to make that shift and also have the legitimacy and the support from your citizens, you also need to show a way to make policy not out of fear for what will happen, but out of the hope that what will come from the change. And what I mean by that, in plain sight, no. Of course, there will be more job opportunities for moms and dads all around Europe if we make this transition and if we do it in the right way. But we cannot always paint the world in doomsday colors. And I think we've managed to make part of that shift because policy makers really decided that we need to push the long-term agenda and connecting energy, climate, and competitiveness, combine the three of them. But I also think that we've managed to shift into discussion on, can you put a price on climate? Well, you can. You can put a price on CO2 emissions, obviously. That's what we're doing all the time. But you can also put a price on freedom. And that has entered into the policy making in a completely different way. Are you prepared to pay for your autonomy? Are you prepared to pay for knowing that this is really paving way for a freer and better world and not more dependence from countries that we should not support?
Excellent. If I may, just a small question. Of course, lots of success stories in this last 5 months, but there are still some dossiers that are not yet finished, and you will give it to the Spanish presidency. Do you ever think these are very important dossiers? I wish I could finish them, and I wish I could. I would have 6 more months. Do you want to have 6 more months or not?
Ask my colleagues if they last another 6 more months. They worked quite hard. But yes, pardon me, I'm a doer. I used to be a city commissioner, and anyone that has been in local politics and had the responsibilities of your citizens that you meet at the grocery store when you do your shopping with your kids and had been held accountable the way you're accountable as a mayor or as a city commissioner, you're close to being you're used to being very close to the people that are affected by your decisions. To be frank, it's much easier to get away with the big grand speeches on the big stages when you're a national politician. I've been the party leader for my party in Sweden for 8 years now. It's easier compared to being a city commissioner. But I like to get things done. So we've worked very, very hard during these 5 months. I've had great support from my colleagues in both council circuits, everyone working hard, moving things as far as possible, because we are late in the legislative period within the European Union. And things tend to go a little bit crazy in politics when it's time for elections. So we need to get the Fit for 55, the big climate package, done. We're close to it. I'm hoping it will, I still have hopes that we will be able to finalize that in a few days or in the next coming weeks. We'll see about that, but we're pushing hard for that. I would also say, I think we've managed to unlock some of the very hard locked positions. Is it wind power or is it nuclear power? Maybe it can be both, as long as it's fossil free. And maybe it's okay, you choose one thing, you choose another thing, but maybe we need each other, because no matter how much willpower politics shows, we can't always outrule the power of physics, because the energy systems it just needs some qualities that politics not always can just decide, or we're just going to overrule physics. We need baseload. We need to show some care, love, and understanding for the grid system. And I think finally we've gotten some time to discuss also those issues, showing respect that member states will choose different paths, but the energy system needs what the energy system needs. And it's much easier if we work together and not against each other, especially in these times.
Exactly. So no more 6 months for you, but I am sure you will support the Spanish presidency.
I haven't gotten the question yet. If I get the question, then maybe I'll consider it. No, but we're working close with the Spanish, making a smooth transition as possible.
I am sure. Jean-Pascal, so I think there are many people who would like to benefit from your experience, so your incredibly rich experience as a leader of the energy industry. One question I want to ask you, you just mentioned, I think, a very important word. I know the emerging world, and I know that energy is precious. So it's as a starting point. So there are many business leaders community here, and especially those in the advanced economies based there have reluctance to go to emerging world. Shall I go there? Would I? Is it a good business to go there? Yes, the rewards may be high, but the risks are also very high. Do you have, I mean, it is of course difficult to say a very general prescription, but do you have any thoughts that you can share that many Western so-called companies increasing their appetite to look at the emerging world, especially for energy efficiency?
So, well, on the question of energy, the new economies represent 90% of the world population. You could debate where the limit is. Is China part of that 90%? Because China, by many aspects, is already more developed than part of Europe or the US. So it's all a question of, but anyway, 90% of the world population. This morning I showed a slide that was saying in the field of buildings, you're going to have 100 billion square meters built in the cumulative of India on Africa in the next coming 30 years, which is 40% of the existing building stock that we have today. So we are recreating a world of 40% of what is existing today. So, well, first, I always had a curiosity, not a curiosity, more than empathy, the will to engage with all the people on the planet, so especially people who live in different cultures, environments, and so on. I spend a large part of my time on the roads of the world, and I've learned tons, and I keep learning tons in those very different countries, different cultures, and different ways to do things. Today, Schneider does almost 50% of our business in new economies. And I think we are much better because of it, because we have to design faster, we have to design more sustainable, we have to design cheaper. My only advice is, of course, we have to engage and we have to really work deep together. Second, the only people who can develop in new economies are people from the new economies, so we have to trust our local teams to do the right thing. And third, we have to develop technologies which are fitting the special, and we are doing that, right? I would say that 80% of what Schneider sells in new economies sells specially to the needs of new economies, and is designed there, and produced there, and developed there. So that would be my thinking. And don't forget, I mean, with 90% of the world population and most of the energy growth and emission growth taking place there, the battle of climate change will be won there. Basically, the developed part have to save a lot, to share. Dr. Amani was saying before, in Africa, saving is a way for us to give access. We have one planet. The total quantity of carbon is finite. So people who are taking too much carbon, developed countries have to save and decarbonize. And developing countries, the 2.8 billion people who will get access to energy, must have their space for development.
Excellent, and I hope this is a source of inspiration for many business leaders in this part of the world. So, dear colleagues, we have time for one question for each of the colleagues here. I would again go to Madam Deputy Prime Minister. Sweden is, when we look globally, when it comes to energy, a very stable country, as I said, fortunate country in terms of its energy resources. Manufacturing is very important for your economy, and the competitiveness of the manufacturing is very important. Of course, governments come and go, they change their policies. One of the differences between the previous Swedish government and your government is change in your view of nuclear power. So why this change, and why do you think it is important, why you think Sweden had to make this change, whereas in the other parts of the energy there were not so major changes, but when it comes to nuclear power, we saw a change. What was the reason for that?
This is a big policy shift, just as you're pointing out, but the reason is because we're so highly invested in reaching our climate targets. As you said, governments have come and gone, but from right to left in Swedish politics, there is really a strong commitment to the high-set climate goals. We have since 2017 a special climate law, a long-term climate goal reaching net zero by 2045. We have a separate sort of climate council that meet regularly and also challenge politics, whether it be a blue, yellow, green or red government, doesn't matter. And what we've seen is if we are to reach our high-set climate goals, the way to do that and not lower our standard, our way of living, not saying to our citizens that, no, you will not see this company invest in Sweden or develop even further, there will be less job opportunities. If we're not to do that, then the way forward is electrification. We need to do a lot of energy efficiency. There is still a lot to be done. Although we've made a huge journey, we're a country of heat pump lovers. But although we've done a huge journey, we still have a lot to go. But energy efficiency alone won't cut it. We need to electrify our heavy industry. We need to electrify our transport sector. And to be able to do that, we'll have to meet an energy demand or an electricity demand that is more than doubled of what we have today by 2045. More than doubled. That's a lot. So once again, if I put politics, what I'm trying to do as energy minister is basically taking some of the politics out of the energy politics and putting physics into play. We've done the math. And the numbers just simply doesn't add up. We won't be able to meet a more than double demand of electricity unless we say all good powers unite. So that's sort of like the Swedish government's slogan, all good powers unite. And that's how we're trying to work across borders, party to party, country to country, but also in terms of the power sources. I don't care if it's water power, if it's solar power, wind power, or nuclear power. As long as it's fossil-free, and as long as it can give me the qualities to ensure a robust energy system. Because unless we move away from only discussing how much wind power should we have, move away from that very short-sighted, narrow discussion and over to what quality does the energy system need, what type of functions. We're not going to be able to look our citizens in the eye and say, this is what will deliver enough electricity when it is needed, where it is needed, but also at an affordable price and without the volatility of the energy system that we have seen. It has made it very vulnerable. It has made it unreliable. We need to move away from that. So it's a long answer. The short parts are still highly and heavy invested in reaching our climate goals. Sweden is a front runner in the green transition, but if we are not to be left behind, we need a lot of more electricity production. And in the last 8 years, Sweden approved 1 offshore wind power plant. In 8 months, we've approved 2, and there will be more to come. But I now have, and I have the problem that I would like to approve more wind power, but unless I have enough base load, either from water power or from nuclear power, it's not possible to push more of that intermittent asynchron power sources into the energy system. I need more of the synchron power sources. And this, if you speak of this at a press conference, the journalists go, "What?" But that's why I told this to you earlier. This is the revenge of the energy system nerds. Finally, we get our revenge. But that is what is needed. And so I have huge respect for other member states, other colleagues choosing to go a different path. I know that wind power still has a lot to give in developing technologies, giving that sort of support functions that could give a more robust energy system. But I mean, politics hasn't even asked for that either. So we've been a very proud nuclear power nation, and we're coming back to that. We built 12 nuclear power plants in 15 years, and well, Sweden is out nuclear power shopping and also aiming to shorten the permit processes for renewables as well. So we're doing both. All good powers unite.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Now, I will ask one final question to Jean-Pascal, and then I will ask Brian to tell us what is next. Today, Jean-Pascal, we had many ministers, and some of them during their speeches here, some of them during the discussion said, I never realized that energy efficiency is so of an important policy instrument that I can use. That's a bit surprise to me, because I thought it was, as the Americans say, a no-brainer in many cases. But it's still very good. We are very happy. Now, you know, we can improve the energy efficiency in all end-use sectors, in the buildings, transportation, industry. If you were the head of a government, if you had to choose the focus your policy attention in one of these 3 sectors, is it the buildings, is it the industry, or it is the transportation? Which one of you would attack first?
So I will answer like Eba. Why choose? You need. I really think that it's an and. It's never an or. We need all decarbonized sources of energy, and we need all sources of energy efficiency. And Fatih, I will offer you something. You ask my opinion. I will give you the opinion of 100 people. So while you were having the plenary sessions during the day, we had 2 workshops of more than 2 hours with people who volunteered from companies and from the government to engage together and really list what would make the difference. That was today, right? So it's all fresh from the oven. So I feel the duty to report. So I'm going to be the humble reporter of 100 very competent people who worked really hard today. And I was a little bit worried that there would be less people this afternoon, because, you know, the afternoon session is, for jet-lag people, is always more complete. But there was even more. So here is a list. 9 things that don't come from me, but that come from you. And I want to thank all the people who participated. Number 1, priority, measure and diagnose. When you know what you are consuming, immediately you save and you get much more responsible and you make immediate progress. Number 2, Awareness and practical examples. It was said in the previous panel, most of the people don't know what's possible. So let's exchange best cases, right? Let's have those, especially at the time of digital exchange, on what I have done, you can do it, and circulate that knowledge. One very good example that was mentioned was that one-stop shop in Ireland, where if I want to make my house net zero, I can come in a non-commercial place that will tell me this is what you can put together to get better. Third one, which was a universal problem, not enough skills, not enough people. Somebody was very provocative, we have too many academics, we need more plumbers and more electricians if we want to save the planet. Think about it, if you are skilled today, home automation, smart building person, you can make certainly a better career than many people.
Why choose? One can be academician and also plumber.
You can do both. I do that on weekends, personally, when I have time. Then third point, which is really important, and hear me out on that one. Let's design and decide in projects in function of the total cost of ownership. Take a building, take a factory, construction costs 20% of the cost that will be incurred during the life cycle. 90% of projects are decided on pure cost. That is not responsible. Financing was said, the return on investment in energy efficiency is probably below 3 years. We need governments and financing institutions to bridge the gap of those 3 years and offer adapted on the problem, and that will seem paradoxical, of energy efficiency. It is small financing. Small financing is much more difficult to put in motion than large financing. You don't inaugurate it, you don't have large ceremonies, you don't. So that was this. Then, a point of the business I heard in the previous panel, business have to show the example. So the business said governments have a lot of buildings, are not always very efficient. Really important to make them the flagship of energy efficiency. Regulation, the global opinion, business on government, is better to use the incentive than the stick. And if there is a regulation to be put into place, make sure there is enough time of implementation that people can prepare and that it's not creating too many issues. And then finally, I would say came many times, especially on the industry session, the grid needs to be the electrical grid. On the electrical power, and I can only abound with what you say, needs to be reinforced. There was the example of an industrial company trying to be green, 7 years to get access to a line. That doesn't work. So bottom line of all this, many thanks to all those who participated. Just a call for rally. Tomorrow there is another session. And this other session is to go one notch deeper in recommendations and really isolate the key priorities that we would like to work on together. But very practical, very engaged, very fruitful, and a lot of learning on both sides.
This is because the IEA event. This is
always because of IEA. Thank you, Fatih.
Of course, bien sûr. So, dear colleagues, Jean-Pascal didn't choose one of the sectors, but every example he gave was on the building sector, so it was an implicit choice, but many thanks for also providing these recommendations. So I should also inform you, dear colleagues, that we are hoping that tomorrow's ministerial session will end up with a statement from all the governments here summarizing how we see the importance of energy efficiency for affordability, energy security, and to address environmental issues, and what concrete recommendations we suggest. And this document will be, hopefully, an important input for our meeting next year, as the Minister Chirchir mentioned, taking place in Nairobi. So we were not again able to have Minister Galushenko from Ukraine. As I think many of you know, one of the major hydropower dams was attacked, which could have major implications for the safety of the people, for environment, and I am sure he is dealing with this issue, for which we wish him all the best. Now with this, I would like to invite on one hand Brian Motherway, my colleague, to come here to tell us about the next steps, but please join me to thank both Madam Deputy Prime Minister and the key holder of the energy efficiency, Jean-Pascal Tricoire, for this very nice, very pleasant chat. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Birol. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister and Jean-Pascal, for a very nice closing session to what I hope you think has been a very nice day. We've been delighted to host you all here in conjunction with the French Ministry of Energy Transition and with the great support of our good friends in Schneider Electric. We love energy efficiency, so when you all come and spend the day talking about nothing but energy efficiency, we get very excited. So thank you for giving us that joy. Tomorrow we've other interesting sessions here in this room at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. A very interesting CEO fireside discussion. The details are all downstairs. And another really important active Schneider Electric roundtable, public-private roundtable. So do please join us again tomorrow. Also some site visits for those interested, and if you haven't signed up for those, you can still do so, I think, just about. And of course our ministers, all of the ministers and heads of delegation will be meeting downstairs tomorrow morning to discuss some of the issues we've raised today, and as Dr. Birol said, we hope to release a joint statement from that ministerial session, so watch this space. We look forward to that. Meanwhile, tonight, it's a lovely sunny evening in Versailles, so do please get a chance to walk around if you wish, but everybody is cordially invited to join for dinner here. Downstairs in the main area, there will be drinks and dinner starting shortly, but it's a buffet style, so you can get a little stroll, see a few old royal palaces, come back and have dinner. You're very welcome. We'll be here for a while. We're looking forward to continuing the conversation. Some of you have been invited to a gala dinner in the chateau. We're looking forward to seeing you there, so please convene with us at 6:30 outside the door here. It's just a 5-minute walk. We'll take a few informal photos on the way of ministers and heads of delegation, and we'll continue the conversation there always also. So we're still not finished talking about energy efficiency. We're going to do some more this evening. We're going to do some more tomorrow, but I really want to thank you all for joining us today. Thank Dr. Birol, all of our speakers, all of our participants, and have a lovely evening. Thank you very much. Thank you.